morning and thousand apologies to everyone. I think my media team misled me that the interview will be 5 minutes, and I don't think, and I've never experienced a 5 minutes interview where we deal with issues of human settlement. My apologies. I was just next door dealing with some of the issues. Let me welcome honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. We also have extended the invite to our colleagues in the Petition Standing Committee. I've seen the Chair of Petitions.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, and we have extended the invite to petitions solely because there are an extended committee also on human settlement. I think 90% of the issues they deal with is issues from human settlement. I've seen colleagues from the department. I think in our introduction, they will introduce themselves. I also have seen different stakeholders. I think we also made sure that we invite the people that write petitions. And I think that it's just to share their experiences, but also to bring a portfolio of evidence to everyone who's here that these are the challenges on the ground. And we also have amongst us the CSIR. We also have Human Research Council. Thank you very much for coming. We also have a City of Tshwane, where we are. This is Tshwane, it's not Pretoria. We're in Tshwane. Pretoria is a suburb within Tshwane. And we also have City of Johannesburg. Thank you very much for coming. And City of Ekurhuleni. And I think most importantly, we have the leadership of the Innovation Hub, led by the CEO. Thank you very much for availing this venue for us, but also for joining us this morning. And if you ask me why would you choose to come to the Innovation Hub to have a Portfolio Committee seminar, it's that we are seeking solutions to the challenges that we are faced with. And from where we are sitting as a Portfolio Committee, we believe that we must start, like we did with COVID-19, we must start working together as government, as the legislative arm, and as research councils, and everybody else in coming up with solutions to the challenges we face. The team from the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement will share with you that the challenges there are enormous, and it requires everybody's head, brain to function optimally to be able to deal with the challenges. I was just telling someone that in as much as we can want and have good ideas to resolve the challenges, the fact of the matter is we are in Gauteng, we do not have land, but worse, we don't have resources to can be able to speedily resolve the challenges that are there within the housing backlog in Gauteng. So that is the essence of why we have convened here. Most importantly, to focus on the allocation policy, and this is basically on the basis that as and when we do oversight, as and when we do our work, we'll get petitions, we'll get to know that there's really a challenge. And one of the most important issue is the beneficiaries. Do we have the beneficiaries? Yes, we do. Who are they? You know? And with how we've been allocating houses and the kind of houses that we've been allocating, does this beneficiary still qualify to be given such a house? I think one of our arguments, and I think we're happy that the department also tried to mitigate, is that because we don't have land, why would you give particular square meters instead of just giving a big yard, I think we can force to squeeze 2 houses. Then the argument says, we are Africans, I want to have my own big yard where I can perform other rituals and also put a crawl of gold or something else. But the reality of the matter in Gauteng is that we do not have that land. And I think that's what we are trying to do. We also have invited municipalities here because we also believe that we need to find ways of ensuring that the challenges that the people of Gauteng says they are faced with, we all share and be able to come up with solutions. I know I was doing opening, but I'm trying to also give the purpose of this sitting or of this seminar so that we are able to save time at the same time. Honorable Letwalo, we welcomed you. Honorable Letwalo is the chairperson of the Petitions Committee, and we thought inviting him in this seminar will help us to also be able to assist in giving solutions to the challenges that we are faced with. And thank you very much. According to the program of the legislature, my team is always not prepared for me, and they are always rushing me. Now they are discussing on themselves. I thought you will flight the program, but according to the legislature rule, we need to, Jake, I did item 1, 2, and 3. Yes. So I think we will then have honorable members that are here to introduce themselves and the department, and then maybe perhaps everyone in the room. You don't agree? Okay, they will introduce themselves as and when they speak. I'll just have honorable members introducing themselves. Thank you very much. Honorable Sirota, I'll start with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Mervyn Sirota, a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Morning to everyone. My name is Malasara Ladwaba, member of the committee.
Oh, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. The name is Ezra Letwalo. Well, I don't belong to this committee, but I belong to the legislature. I'm the chairperson of the Petition Standing Committee there. Thanks.
All right. I think. Oh, there's people online. Eh? Who's managing?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Okay, over to you, Honorable Malema.
Ke a leboha Thobela, Honorable Chair, and members and everyone there. My name is Paul Malema. I'm a member of the committee. Thank you very much.
Is Honorable Mazwi online?
I think he's on. He is online, but I suspect he's on the wrong line because I was with him on the other link.
Okay. Can you, let's get the team to call Honorable Mazwi. He will introduce himself as and when he comes. Who else is online? Jackie, can you please make sure that I get to know or see who's online? All right, we will, Honorable Malema will rely on you as and when members log in. I know there's There's a visit to the Tshwane SEZ here. Some honorable members that were supposed to be with us are going to be joining us late because they started there. There's an oversight at the Fort Precinct by the OCPOL committee. That is the committee that is overseeing the Office of the Premier and the Office of the Speaker. So they will be joining us. And yeah, I think we'll just continue in that regard. Can you please share the program? Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Chairperson and Chairperson of the Petition Committee and honourable members to the Innovation Hub. Chair, I must credit the committee, Jackie and them. They were in discussions with me and my team for the past week and a half. And Chair, it's a huge honour and privilege for the Innovation Hub to host the Portfolio Committee today. We are very excited, Chair, and especially the discussion we had outside. This also would promote the Innovation Hub when legislature comes here, because this is an entity of government. It's not an entity that operates on the side. It's an entity of government. It belongs to everyone in the province. Chair, and again, thank you very much. We are definitely honoured and privileged to host you. We had a very difficult time during COVID when we had to close down our conference venue. We're in the process to upgrade, to have a state-of-the-art facility so that partners as the Gauteng Provincial Legislature can also come and have meetings here, even if it's community engagements. Chair, thank you very much. And the letter that you sent to me, Chair, which sets out the mandate of this committee in relation to utilization of government resources. And I think, Chair, you took the lead in that regard to utilize government resources by coming to the Innovation Hub. So thank you very much, Chairperson and honourable members, for your presence today. Chair, also the Innovation Hub in Tshwane is centrally located. Whenever we have events here, we always envisage to engage the communities. Even with our projects, we are having strategic infrastructure projects here. So we're utilizing community-based members to help us with construction. And also we have ICASI labs that we have in the various townships. Currently we're serving about 38 communities through our 10 ICASI labs, and we're also extending our ICASI lab program in order to become a community-based entity. Chair, let me just, for purposes of the honourable members and yourself, Chair, and the Chair of the Petition Committee, just indicate that the Innovation Hub is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, which is also an entity of the province, and we're one of the subsidiaries. You also have the Automotive Industry Development Corporation in Roslyn. You have Constitutional Hill at the Constitutional Court, and you have the IDZ at the OR Tambo. So the four of us are the subsidiaries of the holding company. So, Chair, I think that is very important to give that background also where we fit in. A core business of the Innovation Hub is to foster and accelerate the growth of technology startup companies to become sustainable businesses contributing to Gauteng economy. Currently, we're having 500 businesses that we support through our incubation program. We also had a company here called Cape Bio. I'm trying to convince them to rebrand it to call themselves Gauteng Bio. But Cape Bio was one of the companies that diversified their innovation, and they're now one of the major companies who are developing COVID-19 test kits. And that started here at the Innovation Hub as a small SMME. Now, currently, they are a well-known established company. We also have the Climate Innovation Center here at the Innovation Hub, and we're focusing on the energy sector. Hydrogen, Chair, honourable members, in the State of the Nation address and also in the State of the Province address, there was a lot of emphasis placed on hydrogen So Innovation Hub has also made a strategic shift to see what we can do in the hydrogen space, and also from an indigenous knowledge perspective. We are now focusing on indigenous knowledge. I'm always saying this to someone. I was flying down to Cape Town, and this young boy was sitting next to me, and he was drawing a game on a piece of paper. And I asked his father, what is he doing? And he says, no, that's a game that they play in the townships. And that's one of the games now that we're trying to digitize also, a township-based game. So this is what the Innovation Hub is focused on. So, Chair, thank you very much. Maybe lastly, we've got 3 priority sectors. It's the smart industries or the digital economy, and that's your Internet of Things and your 3D printing, because we all know that the 4IR we need to embrace. Then also we've got the bioeconomy, which focuses on health and agro-processing, and again on health, your diagnostics, all your health-related products, and also cannabis industry. We are now focusing on the cannabis industry for medicinal use, and there's a facility at the back doing that kind of research and producing that kind of products for us. And then we've got the green economy that focuses on water, energy, and waste. So, Chair, thank you very much. And the reason why I mentioned this, especially for this portfolio committee dealing with housing, the Innovation Hub is able, is willing, and must assist government, and must assist the Department of Human Settlements as well. Through our Open IX system, Mr. Pitsu, we link problem seekers with problem solvers. Currently, we are assisting the public protector with their case management systems. We're assisting a lot of other companies as well. The SABC approached the Innovation Hub to have a facility here in the event of a national disaster, an off-site facility. So we are engaging with a lot of key stakeholders in that regard. But from a housing perspective, we're dealing with water, waste, and energy. We know what the people on the ground are suffering with. We know what we need to do as government to enhance and in order to assist our communities. Innovation Hub, through our technologies, we are able to assist Chairperson and honourable members with providing the necessary tools or technologies. For instance, you were mentioning your database. How can you secure a credible database for housing applications? And that is one of the Innovation Hub's platforms, the Open Innovation Platform, where we try to come up with those type of technology and assist departments. So thank you very much, Chairperson and honourable members, and I trust that you're going to have a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Hall, for gracing our request, but also being part of and I am positive that the department will use the resources that we have in trying to assist them in resolving the challenges. And I think we'll also call upon our colleagues in other portfolio committees to start using the facility as part of also promoting what you have here and what you do. And I think we saw it fit that we also come here because we think the challenges that we have within human settlement require new ideas, and this is one of the institutions that can assist us in doing that. Thank you very much. I think it's time we move to the presentation by the department, and then we'll have presentation by different municipalities. I don't know who's going to present. Colin, Mr. Peter.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues, and our guests. Chair, one would be giving a presentation on behalf of the Department of Human Settlement in the province. And I want to believe the municipalities will then corroborate or share their own experiences based on the presentation one is going to present. I'm not too sure.
So this is not a portfolio committee, it's a seminar, so all of us are going to participate freely and equally. More than asking questions is to come up with solutions. Can we also request Bomelvon Tate there at the back to occupy these seats? Because kids are not in the mics as and when you want to ask questions. We are told also we are live. Colin, while you're preparing yourself. We are live on YouTube and Facebook. We're also greeting everyone wherever they are in Gauteng, those who are listening and are part of this session. Yeah. The CEO is joining the media interviews outside with Member Letwalo. He's also going to be appearing in front of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, so he's dealing with it. He'll be in and out of our session. The bathrooms are outside, Jakey. Please make that announcement. And then there's also tea, so if you have not had your breakfast, you'll silently do it and then come back. Are you ready, Colin? And then the municipalities, we are going to start with City of Joburg. Is it okay? So you'll prepare yourselves and then have City of Ikuruleni and then City of Tshwane.
No, thanks, Chair. And based on your latter comments that it's not necessarily a portfolio committee per se, and I think what gives comfort is not even hearings. And I'm sure the spirit of the seminar will actually prevail. Chair, thanks for organizing the seminar, as indicated. I think this will enable us to table the material facts and the prevailing challenges that we're actually facing in the sector. And I'm sure the chair will agree with me that the sector that we're actually in it's extremely complex with numerous laws, policies, legislations that stems as far back as before democracy. But I think with democracy brought a few things. I think one will attempt to speak to the legislation issues, which I don't want to speak much on for long, because I think it's things that members would know and the audience as well. But I think what will be key, it's the instruments which one will speak to, which will be your National Housing Needs Register, the housing subsidy system, what is contained in there, and our response, our policy response, which will be the revised allocation policy and how we actually do the actual work on the allocation per se. Chair, without going deeper, I'm sure people would be aware of the Freedom Charters, which was drawn in 1955, which then gave birth to what is our constitution today. And one of the salient features in the constitution is around adequate housing, which is part of the Bill of Rights in the constitution, which gives a mandate to our own department. There's been various white papers which we actually worked on during your 1994 or so, which led into us having what you call a Housing Act, which is also informed by several acts that are there, which ended us having what we call a housing code. A housing code being the Bible that actually informs our day-to-day working as a department. Chair, the instruments that one wants to speak to, there's only 2 instruments that are allowed by the national department, which you cannot necessarily introduce anything new. You can never interface any system with those systems, being the ones that I spoke about, the National Housing Needs Register, which was infamously known as the waiting list. We have done Ziveze, we have in the province we then call it the demand database, which is mainly your National Housing Needs Register and the HSS that are there. But just to unpack the National Housing Needs Register, so what has since happened, Chair, is that there's been various databases that municipalities, provinces worked on. I think before 2004. And there was a realization that we needed to bring all those particular databases together, which was then termed the National Housing Needs Register. But I think the idea was that some of the information that another province or another municipality had were somewhat different from other provinces. So you need to create a uniform platform wherein some data will be actually captured, which is data that speaks to where an individual comes from, the gender, their status, their ID numbers, their geographical location as well, in terms of where they are. So it also determines our planning processes as well. So those lists were actually consolidated, but however, as a province, we were much more cleverer, in a sense that we thought, let's also try and link some of the data that we have to the projects that are there. That is why we then spoke of a demand database. Yeah. So what this particular register says, it's mainly the people that are actually waiting for houses since 1996 till to date, which data one will actually share at a later stage. But I think what it helps us with, it's mainly around the planning. You'd know that, as the chair has indicated, that we, based on the resources that we get, they're not necessarily enough. But this data informs us in terms of where big numbers are in this particular province, and where we've got small numbers, and where we should be able to focus our energies and our budget. Then in terms of the system called the HSS, HSS, in not so many words, is what you call a data bank of the Department of Human Settlement at national. It's a subsidy management system. Its main responsibility, it's around the application of subsidy for everyone that is on the National Housing Needs Register. It does not, if you are on the National Housing Needs Register, it does not necessarily mean that you qualify for a house. The process of HSS, that's where you get recorded, you do an application, and you go through various validation sites, which I'll speak to for you. So HSS is the one that approves an individual to be eligible for that particular house. It's also a system that deals with the registering of projects and claims. So it's for registration of beneficiaries for approval. It's for the processing of payment and claims, because all our projects are linked to HSS. That is why I was saying it's a data bank. So each and every business plan of any province gets registered into the housing subsidy system. What is also key, Chair, is that both systems, as much as they are human settlement systems, they're both managed at a national level. we have no control of what, in fact, we can't tamper with the HSS. Whatever information is contained in the HSS, we must then do a write-up to National for us to give us that information back. So it's not something that you can easily tamper with. On the National Housing Needs Register, we can always update information. Municipalities can always, others view, others capture on the National Housing Needs Register, but it's information that is actually centralized. System is maintained by a COGTA at National. They provide the necessary technical support and training to our users, being the provincial officials, being the municipal officials that are there. Just a depiction in terms of what is contained on the National Housing Needs Register. The National Housing Needs Register will just give you a sense in terms of how many people are there in each province, in each municipality. It will also go to an extent of telling you in terms of how many are disabled who are actually registered on the system. It will tell you how many approvals you actually also have on the system. This is a dissection of what I've just spoken about now. Then the HSS, hence I've indicated, it has to deal with the projects. It has to deal with individuals. It has to do with claims. So it will talk about the monies and everything else, but I would not necessarily, for the purpose of this seminar, I will not dwell much on the projects and claim session. To zoom into our specific issues is that as the province, we are mainly preoccupied with about 5 subsidy instruments. One being the IRDP phase 2, which is your normal RDP house, your 40 square meter, which remember RDP was during the time of Joslovo. In 2004, it was then changed into PNG housing. So this particular bracket caters for people that are unemployed and those that are earning between 1 rand and 3,500 rands. So that's the one. We've got also what we call the military veterans houses, which is your 50 square meter house as well. We've got also a 45 square meter for people living with disability, depending on the disability that is there. We also have got what you call a finance-linked individual subsidy program, FLISP. And there's also a new program that you've introduced called the Rapid Land Release Program. It's called Ikageling, but it also uses the same instrument as FLISP. It's using what you call a sliding scale. So the more you earn, but the more you earn, the lesser amount you get. So this caters for people that are earning between 3,501 to 22,000. So should you earn 22,000 rands and you find a property, for instance, worth 100,000, government may subsidize you with, let's say you're earning 22,000 with about 10,000 rands. But if you earn 3,500, government might subsidize you with about 90,000 rands. So that's the sliding scale that one is actually speaking of. We've got rural housing project. Mainly this project, it's in a particular area called, I think it's Tarleton in the West Rand. But we don't have most of it because it's our neighboring provinces that will actually have this of a program per se. Critical, Chair, as well, is the qualifying criteria, which it's quite key, is that firstly, for anyone to qualify for our subsidy, or you need to be a citizen of the Republic of South Africa or hold a permanent resident permit. Remember, with the permit as well, you also need to, you can be with us in the Republic for the longest of time, but you still need to apply for that particular permit. But it's very few that you've actually assisted in terms of the permit. Though, in some of the talks that one has been to, you will be accused of having foreign nationals or illegal foreign nationals who are occupying these properties. And yet, forgetting that this particular property might have been given to Colin Peter today, and when I leave tomorrow, I would not know what Colin Pizzo does with that property tomorrow. The other critical information that you require is your marital status, so that we can know that you are married or divorced, because what this helps us with is for us to ascertain whether either of the partners has benefited before through a government scheme or not. But again, it also helps us to reduce, because what you've also picked up is that on the list, on the database that we have, you might have Colin Pizzo as the husband and have Cleopatra Pizzo as the wife, who are still on the same database. But knowing if both of them are there, at least it's easier because you're eliminating one at the same time. Issues around the financial dependence is also important for us, so that at least should somebody be approved, be ready to be allocated, and God forbid, or God remembers that particular individual on a day of allocation, it helps us to identify who's the nearest her, so that at least those people can be able to benefit immediately. Your disability as well, it's also key, so that we also know what kind of a house are we building for you, because as the chair has indicated earlier on, Gauteng, in terms of populace, we are almost 15 million now in the province. But if you look at the land mass, we've got the smallest land mass in any of the provinces. If you must compare us to the Northern Cape, we're the opposite. Northern Cape has got the smallest number of people with the largest land mass. Gauteng, it's the opposite. So us going up, it's because of the land unavailability. So when you deal with people living with disability, sometimes if people don't tell us about their disability, you'll find on the day of allocation, you've got somebody who's wheelchair bound, whom we have allocated on the third floor. Then we're having squabbles now at the bottom because we're not made aware of the disability. So it's quite key that we get informed of such. Aged persons as well, it's also important because those are our priority. Anyone that registers for a house must be over the age of 18 years of age, competent to contract, somebody of a sound mind, because you'll be signing a contract. Because what you want is that once we give you the house, you can't sell that property for a period of not less than 8 years. So anyone that would have sold a house between the day of them receiving that house and 8 years, we've got a relationship with the deeds office to an extent that they will not be able to give you a title deed. You can buy it from me today, but you'll never get the title deed of that house. So those are some of the relationships that we've actually built. I think I've spoken about the household gross income, because it should not be more than 3,501. Otherwise, you go on a different subsidy scheme altogether. You should not have benefited before in government, and you must be a first-time homeowner. Chair, I've spoken about when we process your application, we send it through what one will term a foolproof systems, in a sense that for us to check whether you're a South African citizen or you hold a permanent residence permit, we send it through to a population register. It will tell us whether indeed you are a South African or not. That's one of the validation data system that we process in. We go to the deeds office as well, which will tell us whether you own a house, because should I own a house or my name appears on a family title somewhere, I will not benefit, because the deeds office will indicate that in fact you already have a house. We also check on the National Housing Subsidy database. This we do because you've got people that are coming from different provinces who might have benefited from another project in Mpumalanga, but now that they are seeing that, okay, fine, there is another project somewhere in Johannesburg, they'll want to come and apply. So the system picks up in terms of people that would have benefited. We also check through various means in terms of PERSAL for government officials, UIF, the pension fund as well, to check in terms of your salary scale. Chair, I think what gives me goosebumps, it's the topic that I'm going into now. which is the topic around the numbers. Which it's a very scary picture. You'd see, Chair, at the bottom that in terms of what is contained on the National Housing Needs Register, we've got 2.1 million people who are sitting on the National Housing Needs Register. And Chair, all I can indicate is that maybe there's more, maybe there's less, because I can tell you now the information that is actually sitting there. From on top of my head, you will find some of the information is incomplete. Very imprecise records. You've got many people who don't qualify. You've got many people whose life has changed for the better, I want to believe. You have many of those who God has since remembered. You've got duplicates, you've got replicates. And I'm glad that the CEO of the Innovation Hub had actually invited us for a session in terms of how they can actually help us. There are also no filters in terms of the human error, what goes into the system, because if I call in, I'm working on the system. If I can punch in an ID number with 12 digits, the system will allow you. It will not necessarily reject you, especially the National Housing Needs Register. It's also, Chair, I think important, it's also susceptible to potential abuse. So that's a problem that we have, but safe to say that in the system, Gauteng accounts for almost half of what is contained on the National Housing Needs Register, but predominantly because of, I want to believe we're the land of the milk and honey, though the level of unemployment is something else, say something else. But the next slide is a dissection in terms of what is contained on the National Housing Needs Register, in terms of how many people who have registered are disabled and still not have been assisted in Gauteng. I mean, we're sitting around almost 7,000. Those that are not disabled, we're sitting around 961. Female household, male household. So it will actually give you that particular data, and it will also tell us whom are some of those that are earning over 3,500, which means these ones are not the ones that are for your RDP stock, but these ones are for your Finance Link Individual Subsidy Program and the Rapid Land Release Program that one spoke of. This is a dissection of each and every region out of the 5 regions. Johannesburg is leading with over 400 on the system, followed by, I think, Ekurhuleni. Yeah, it's followed by Ekurhuleni around 300, and then we've got Tshwane around 250. Then Citibank, then the West Rand, which these numbers are extremely scary. And in fact, just going through some literature, I think 3 weeks ago, the chairperson of the then chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission in 2018 indicated that for us to push to eradicate the database, it will require 800 billion rands. So I'm not too sure if in today's interest rate and everything else, how much it will actually cost us, and where will that money be coming from? This is a dissection, but Chair, I just wanted to give a sense in terms of what happens between 96 alone and what happened between 97 and 99. It is important for us to know that with the dawn of democracy coming in, most people, when the program was introduced, most people went to go and register for houses, which was 96. What you will see here is that there's more people that registered in 96 alone than people that have registered between 97 and 99. If you look at the slide before you, in 97 to 99, you've got about 120 128,000 people that have registered around that particular year. Over a period of 4 years. And in 1 year, in only 1 year, you've got about 200,000 in 96. So you could see a discrepancy. That is why you'll find most of the challenges that we have and the problems that we have. People will always be telling you about the 96 and the C4. It's because of the influx that we had in 96 and the lull that happened between 97 and 99. But the numbers don't stop because as and when you go on and on, but where we had the biggest influx, it was in 96. Chair, I think what we have since done as a department, noting that we are sitting with a huge problem, we then had to then say, fine, the Fiscal Commission, how they allocate resources, we cannot necessarily control it. What are things that we can be able to do within our means? We then had to work around what are the new game changers that we can actually bring to the space. One of the game changers that we thought we needed to do was to then try and revise the provincial allocation policy. Precisely because of the cry coming from the people that have registered between 96 and 99, because of the cry coming from people that are over the age of 60, because of the cry of your military veterans, special cases. So we had to think creatively in terms of what is it that we need to do with the little that we have, but to be seen to be pushing back the challenges that are there. We also had to work around our beneficiary management system, such that at least it becomes much more transparent. It also involves so many people. We're also in a process, we have a session today later on with the minister in trying to digitize the system, to collapse the two and creating one system that will actually move us to the next level, so that at least we don't necessarily have to be relying on the National Housing Needs Register and the HSS, but trying to think, because we're falling behind while technology is actually moving. Chair, I think on the allocation policy, one of the things that we picked up is that you'll find, if you go to Tshwane, you go to Ekurhuleni, how the allocation used to happen, there was no uniformity. You'll find in a particular region, they will do things in a particular way. So we had to create something that will be applicable across, which also involved municipalities. There was several engagements held. This was actually endorsed by the MMCs at an intergovernmental IGR meeting, which are set, and I think this became policy in October in 2020. But I think the gist was we needed to promote sustainability, good governance within various communities, because I'm sure you'd know that there are serious trust deficits between government and people waiting for RDP houses. So we tried to then say, fine, let's try and do things better. Try and also promote and foster spatial equity, so that people could also have a choice in terms of where they wished to reside. Because one of the problems that we're facing in other regions is that once a project is happening in a particular ward, you'll have a councillor or members of a community who believe that that particular project belongs to them. And yet what we're trying to do is to do away with that. I mean, I would sit 4 months trying to persuade councillors to say, please open up. Because by doing so, what you're doing, you're closing out people that actually should be the rightful beneficiaries of those particular projects. I've spoken about issues around fair, equitable, and transparent, making sure that we've got a sound allocation policy in place to restore that particular dignity and the deficit between us and the communities, and ensure that we attain our developmental outcomes and goals as a department. I think one of the explicit unconscious decision that the MEC took was then to then say no, but we can't also then say, yes, we are working on an allocation policy. We must be specific to then say who are going to be the beneficiaries of this particular policy. Because the policy it's in effect for a period of 3 years. And we're very clear that we're going to be focusing on people that are over the age of 60. We're going to be focusing on people living with disability. We're going to be focusing on military veterans. We're going to be focusing on approved beneficiaries with no claims. It's quite critical because during your 96 until early or 2010 or so, no, 2006, you'd remember that government will give money upfront to our developers to go and build. And some of the projects we've got, some which were closed, never completed, however, were people on the system who are approved. So we've got people who are approved on the system who have never seen those four walls on those houses. But again, what has happened is that we're also overwhelmed to an extent that we ended up oversubscribed on various projects. So us saying those that have been approved before, we also want to prioritize them. It's one of the things that we're also focusing on people that have registered between 96 and 99. That's our priority. And the other categories, this is a discussion of the MEC. In this case, we're referring to your special cases, your child-headed homes, for instance. You've got people that are sitting on waterlogged stands. You've got people that are sitting on under pylons, for instance. But sometimes we're dealing with beneficiaries who are much more clever, in a sense that once they know there's a development taking place in this particular area, they will try and put themselves in a much more dangerous site, such that they get prioritized over those that have been. But we have also become clever in terms of how we deal with them. The MSC then said, no, but it's good that we are responding, but let's be clear, what is it that we're doing? MSC then says, no, but let's be clear. Of all the allocations that we're doing now, let's make sure that 40% on all those allocations go to people that have registered between 96 and 99. 30% goes to those that have been approved and not been allocated, 5% to military veterans, 10% to those that are over the age of 60, which, remember, those that are over 60 are predominantly as well those that are sitting 96 and 99. So you could see that at least they are benefiting from a 50% percentage. PWDs, and then 10% will be those that requires MEC's consideration, where in an MMC or a mayor will then have to write to the MEC to then say, we'll require that you move this particular informal settlement that's sitting in dangerous areas. Please consider that, which process will have to be approved by the MEC, but once upon, we have already done a pre-qualification exercise. So, Chair, I think the issue which I want to deposit into the seminar, which I want to believe it's more of information exchange, is that there are issues that are affecting how we work. And I think if the seminar could actually assist us see beyond these particular problems, I'm sure it would be a better province. I think one relates to in-migration and exponential population growth in the province. We've got more than 300,000 people coming into Gauteng every year. I'm sure you have seen with the school reopening program. It's a story after story. But when those people come here, they also come into, they might deal with the education matters, but they also become then a burden to our own resources as well as a human settlement. Because it's people coming from different provinces, but also people coming from other neighboring countries. The other issue is the demographics. If you go through our database, you'll find most of the people who are in the 96 to 99 are people that are over the age of 60. And with the typologies that we built, we are now going up. We're no longer doing your standalone. which is a bit of a problem as well. And I think the chair spoke of issues around ethnicity in terms of people wanting to have a standalone because they want to practice certain rituals. It's a bit of a challenge. Issues around land availability and the location. I'm sure you'd have seen, I've said Johannesburg has got the most number of people, but if you move around Johannesburg, you'll never see an open site. If you see an open site, then you must know it's a wetland or it's something else. So meaning that wherever we find a site, whatever that you can think of, it's walk up, which also gives us a problem. And if you check, most of our mega projects that we have as a department are mostly situated in the West Rand, they're situated in the Citibank region. Metros, we've got only a few that are actually active. And that's where the demand is. It's in the metros, and yet where we find space, it's actually outside the metros. The other issues around the bulk infrastructure. We've got projects, if you go to the Citibank area and in Johannesburg, we've got projects that are, just here in Riverside, we had 1,000 units. We are struggling with electricity for the longest of time. If you go to the Citibank area, bulk reticulation are a problem as well. We've got aging infrastructure, so it's one of the challenges that we also have. The shrinking fiscus. I mean, our budget was sitting at 5.2 billion rands 2 years ago. It went to 4.6, now it's sitting at 4.1. And I think for next financial year, it's 3.9, something of the sort. And yet the interest rates continues to rise. And I can safely indicate that the subsidy quantum is also going up by 20.9%, meaning that you're going to be building less houses, and yet the demand it's still going up. We've got also special cases, expansion of benefiting sectors. You'll be dealing with people living with disability. Then there will be another sector. We've got military veterans. Now, Chair, there's LGBTQI as well. It's now a sector which we ought to recognize. So that the different sectors, we're also dealing with groups. There's various groupings who call themselves various crisis committee task teams, who are advocates, I want to believe, for people waiting for houses. But I think also what is also a problem is the misaligned political mandate. You'd find, Chair, as a department to build, our responsibility is more on top structure, and the municipal responsibility is the bulk. You find you would go ahead, build, only to find there's no infrastructure. And we are not allowed to put anyone, especially if it's a standalone, we are allowed to put an individual in that house. But if it's a walk-up, remember in a walk-up, somebody could be using gas, somebody could be using paraffin, somebody could be using coal. Should there be a combustion there, you will be dealing with a serious matter. So we are not allowed to have people accommodated in those until we have an occupational certificates by the municipality, meaning there must be all services in that. That's one of the disadvantages that we have with the walk-ups. That is why some of them you'll find they are empty because of if we do not necessarily have some of the sector. The other issue around the misalignment is that you go to Johannesburg or Ekurhuleni, you've got what they call a migration plan. You go to Johannesburg, they've got a council resolution that says these are the areas that will benefit. Once you deal with them, then you then find out that you would have exhausted those particular areas. People don't even qualify. Then you've got now having political interference that comes into play as well. But what it also does, it promotes queue jumping. Because based on those migration plans, it means those that have registered a long time ago will then have to give way for these ones who are now a priority of a municipality, because there has to be a bridge built or something. I think the bigger other issue, Chair, it's around the project disruptions. There is, especially in Tshwane and in Sidibeng, we've got, and now in the West Rand, the business forums. We've got so many business forums now who wanting to force the hand of the developers and saying you shall give us a stake of 30% into your entity for you to work here. What this does, it also delays the project itself that are there. You've got community protests who are claimed to have been marginalized. You've got invasions, but others you'll find, because people know that they're not appearing on the list. Because what we normally do, we would plug a list, publicize it. When people know that they're not on the list, what they'll normally do, they'll even take your spray cans and go to those houses that you'll be allocating a day before and write their names on them. Saying, no, it's Pito's house, this one, a day before, which makes our work slightly difficult. Chair, I think, lastly, without talking much on it, it's mainly the process that gets involved in terms of the allocation. On the actual day, is that mainly we source our beneficiaries from the National Housing Needs Register, and what you always try and push for is that should an individual does not appear on the National Housing Needs Register, let's register that person immediately, because if a list comes from a municipality and they're saying this person is destitute, we'll have to punch in that person on the National Housing Needs Register, because we've had audit queries in the recent past, which we had to deal with. We then verify those individuals that are there. We look at various council resolutions, which the MEC would have agreed to. We then start compiling a list based on the allocation policy where I've spoken about the 40, 60, and whatever. And then jointly with the municipality, we have recently, with the new MMCs that have just come in with the elections, the MEC has written letters to MMCs. And I'm sure all the metros will attest to this, for the appointment of the Joint Allocations Committee members as well, wherein it's actually, we'll sit there and then go through the list to ensure that it conforms to the policy prescripts that are there. What we then do, Chair, in terms of communication, we send bulk SMSs to our beneficiaries, also being cognizant of the POPI Act as well. We also do phone calls, we also do call-out notes. I mean, there are areas where we are forced to actually wear our techies and go into different areas and drop off call-out notes, because the people that have registered don't have necessarily phones, and we'll have to then navigate through various structures to get to them. We also make sure that we do what you call a beneficiary education, prior and post, so that people are made aware in terms of the do's and don'ts, what is right and wrong, because with the walk-ups, the flats that we do, there will be a process now in terms of the upkeep of those flats. So it is important that we actually tell people in terms of how do we go about doing that. Then we engage on the administrative process internally in terms of the pre-allocation, where we're linking people now with the various ERF numbers, and then we do the allocation on the actual day. On the actual day of allocation, we sign what we call a register, which is part of our portfolio of evidence for AG. We also give you a key. We take you through your site that we're giving you so you can check if the door is not working, if the pipe or the water is not coming out, you can easily, so you can be able to create a snag list so those can be fixed. Once that has been done, you then sign what you call a happy letter. That happy letter gets signed by the engineer on site, project manager, the beneficiary, and everyone else that is there. And then we hand over the key to you, and the process of title deed registration would have commenced. It's either you're going to get your title deed within 6 months, though it takes longer because the deeds office is somewhat swamped, but we try and make sure that we try and push that your title deed at least gets registered as quickly as possible. Chair, I think with that, I'll try and pause there. These are some of the enhancements that we're trying to push with the new process that we are embarking on with the minister. I don't want to speak much on them because it's a process that one is party to at a national level. I'll pause there, Chair, and may allow the colleagues from the municipalities to corroborate or defend needs be. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We said it will be COJ, and then we'll do engagements, all of us.
Chair, can we not ask questions now? There's a lot of information that we have to gain in. So if we're going to go through all the municipalities, we may miss out on something. Or, I'm open to suggestion, but I have a number of questions from a provincial level, which I may or may not want to follow up on a local level.
Okay, I think we should accommodate that. I switched off. Online, I saw Member Schneeman. We welcomed Member Schneeman, Member Mazui, and Member Malema. So let me allow, so that we accommodate Member Sirota. It's questions and suggestions. This is a seminar. Okay, Member Sirota, then Member Letwalo, Member Ledwaba, Member Ledwaba. Online? Jabs, please also check the online. Let's allow Member Sirota.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. The National Needs Housing Register. Is there one register, or are there separate registers in each of the municipalities? The reason I ask is because I've previously seen registers at local level, so I would want to know, is there one register? Is there a consolidated register? When is the last time it was verified? Are there audits? How updated is it? And is the current number the number that is shown at 2 million? Secondly, I noticed the Western Cape is left out from your presentation. Is there a reason for that? And also, you indicated it may not be the right numbers because some of the provinces, the numbers are very low. Is there something perhaps not on your list for whatever reason? Insofar as the distribution and allocation process, there's nothing in terms of your presentation. Can you give us some idea, how does that allocation work? What kind of allocation process is currently underway? Will there be a distribution of properties? Where are they? Are they being built? Are there properties that are awaiting allocation? How does that allocation process work? When will they be handed over? And I found somewhat troubling, you indicated that the budget is dropping every year. In fact, it's gone from 5.6 to 3.9. And also, there's a problem with infrastructure, and I think that's probably one of the biggest problems we have. What is being done? Are you working together with the Department of Infrastructure? How are you sorting out that problem? Because it looks like even on the best scenario, we're falling behind, and we continue to fall behind. Also, this bulk infrastructure, supply bulk infrastructure. Are you working with the department to find out if it's available? New projects coming online, are they actually being rolled out, or is there a slowdown in the process? Just a few questions so far. Thank you.
Okay, I think all other members have agreed that they will ask questions after municipal questions. Member Sirota, can I seek your indulgence that Colin will respond after, when they respond to other questions. All right. Can we have COJ? Re kopa di-sanitizer. We're sharing.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you to honorable members. May I request that, oh, it's,
Introduce yourself, and then I noted what you said to me. I'll request that you deal with parts that you think Colin has not dealt with. That was saying their presentations are almost similar to the one that Mr. Pito has presented, and I just requested that the cities focus on what they think Colin would have missed. I think he also said it, that come and support what I say. Eh? That's what you said, Nicola. So just focus on parts that you think are unique to City of Joburg and they need emphasis.
thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Tofile. I am from the City of Johannesburg. With me, I have Mr. Emmanuel Sotomi, sitting right over there. The unit that we emanate from, it's called Public Housing Program Support, which is just in the interest of time on matters that have been covered by Ntate Pitso. As you can reflect, the first slide, it's a reflection on the policy prescriptions that the city is expected to follow in terms of complying with those sets of regulatory prescriptions as entailed in the policies of government. The allocation of houses in the City of Johannesburg is done by project managers, regional heads, and officials. And the sourcing of beneficiaries is an extraction from the National Housing Needs Register. And the HSS is an instrument that we utilize for approval of beneficiaries and the allocation thereof. There is a joint allocations committee in trying to streamline processes and embarking on a unified or standard uniformity in terms of allocation, which the provincial department is the presiding officer. So that's where we sit and meet and ensure that whatever that needs to be engaged upon is done in a uniform manner. The regional offices within the city is responsible alongside with the project managers in terms of the registration of potential beneficiaries, be it in informal settlements where we keep an informal settlements register, and those occupants in such informal settlements are encouraged to come over for registration and placement on the Housing National Needs Register. We have the same process that we follow in terms of the special cases, disabled, child-headed households, military veterans and the aged, and the 5% is set aside to ensure that those marginalized groups or vulnerable groups are not left behind. This is a constitution of the Joint Allocations Committee where as Mr. Pizzo has alluded to, following the local government elections, it is a standard requirement that province will request that the city deploys 2 officials to serve as part of the Joint Allocations Committee, which I think Mr. Sodomis here will then be in a position to respond to that accordingly. And the Joint Allocations Committee, those are the functions performed by the chairperson to ensure, and the committee itself, to ensure that there is issues of transparency and the process is done in accordance with the prescripts of policies. Just to also reflect on what he has indicated, the committee's functions is to coordinate and execute allocation processes, to select, verify, and allocate the beneficiaries in terms of it agreeing to the lists that are presented before it by the city. In this instance, the city officials representing Joburg City. Once the list has been approved by the committee, it will then be an operational process where those such identified and approved beneficiaries will then be earmarked for beneficiation in terms of allocation. Yes, we also follow the principle of prioritizing 1996-97 applicants as per council resolutions. These are just standard requirements which is a blueprint which every applicant follows throughout the city or the province when they want to benefit. It's an application process, and this is a process flow in relation to subsidy administration. Finally, once the lists have been generated, there is an assistant director that's responsible for a final list that will be generated. It will then be submitted to the deputy director, allocations for approval. And once the committee has given its approval, final approval, such a list will then be forwarded to a project manager on site to ensure that allocations are carried out. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. City of Ekurhuleni. Okay. Can I also request that City of Tshwane just make sure that they are closer? Like Thabo, you'll just focus on what you think the province has not presented, if indeed your presentations are the same. Ekurhuleni? Are they here? City of Tshwane?
That's how we've got problems.
Okay, which one? No, they are here. Is Tshwane?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. With all the respect due to the committee, I just took up this seat to apologize that we didn't know that we were expected to give a presentation. We were invited to attend a seminar to which we're going to contribute to the different challenges that we have or that we experience when we allocate houses. So, if you could bear with us, we will contribute to the rest of the seminar, sharing our challenges and experiences. Thank you very much.
Goreng o tsamaya yaanong, Mark? Ne re nagana gore o tla share-a. Wa itse ga re batle go amanya hle. But there is that Chupu there that knows the issues. You know, when he speaks, he's so eloquent on the challenges. It like the boo or about the share as and when we discuss.
I thought maybe that would be best. So when you ask about, if I do understand that we have community members, and maybe some of them will indicate, I registered in such and such a year, I'm still waiting, so we could talk about that. But the one thing,
She's not ready. On record. Oh yeah, go back to the seat because we want to record you. I even missed your name. You postponed us from coming to do oversight to yourselves on Friday. Today you are not ready.
ma'am, beg your pardon again. It will be a broken record, but I'm completely oblivious of that. So yeah. Oh, I didn't introduce myself, right?
You are nervous. Just relax.
No, I am relaxed.
Let's try to get while you are relaxing.
No, I'm fine.
Ikuruleni, are you here? Push up. Push up.
Yeah.
Don't be nervous. We're not.
No, I'm good. I'm good. No. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, just share what you want to share. We are not happy that you don't have a presentation, but we understand. I think, yeah. Share. Start by introducing yourself. O ka nna ira le sithakazelo or leboko la ko ga lona gore o kgone ho relax yawe. Just on a lighter note.
Okay, thank you once more. My name is Moira Kensani Marima from the City of Tshwane Department of Human Settlements and the Beneficiary Administration Division. Chairperson, once more, I don't want to apologize on behalf of the city because I do not have the mandate. The reason I'm here with my colleagues here, all 5 of us, is the invitation was extended to us that we will benefit. It will help with tomorrow's allocations of the different projects that we have in the city, or that we will have in the city. Allow me to indicate that perhaps one of the glitches came from your office. I did ask the one gentleman who sent an email to send the agenda, and there was no response. So that contributed a bit because then maybe we could have tried to prepare it. So the challenge that or some of the challenges that I claim I could share is that it may sound minor, but I think it does contribute somewhat. When the demand database was started, the project, I worked there. I was there in the National Department of Human Settlement when it was still the Department of Housing. The initial idea was to test and understand what the challenges were. Now, the whole point with the NHNR and the demand database is to have people register in that for government to plan better. But as time goes, or as time went, the word register got to be changed to apply. And that may sound minor, but it's a big deal. The moment a person applies for something, a person expects to get a response that your application has been rejected or your application has been approved. I cannot apply for anything for more than 20 years and I get nothing. Now, the problem is with us, the public servants in the department concerned, because we are the ones who use the wrong words. So the whole point is to register in the register, just so government understand and municipalities understand that how many people in my municipality are in need of government assistance for housing. Now, when we have that understanding and this person understands, it could help. But the moment I'm told that I have applied for a house, all these nitty-gritties cannot be my business. I just want to get a house at a reasonable given time. And that's the problem. I always use an example that to some people it's silly. I claim that if I were to visit a medical doctor's surgery, I sit in the waiting chairs and I die before the medical doctor sees me. Cannot be his fault. He doesn't owe me anything. He hadn't seen me. I was still going to see him. So with us here, when a person is waiting, and people come and claim that I have been waiting for 20 years. Now, in those 20 years, I come back as government and I ask you as a citizen that, but what have you been doing for the past 20 years? Were you waiting for government to come back and give you a house? What have you tried to do? So I'm saying, point number one, let's use the terminology correctly. And let's be honest with potential beneficiaries. I know for a fact, it may have changed now, that people would go and have children to get the SASSA grant, because the more children one has, the more money they get. The same thing with housing. You do find that in a household, you find that a household has got 10 members, and all 7 or 6 register for a house. Someone would say, but common sense says, okay, if just one of you gets, then you will still live together and things like that. Let other people get it. But as human beings, you always need to take care of yourself first. So it starts there. And then the one other part is the 3.5, people will always, the potential beneficiaries always argue that, but why doesn't it go up? And it is a problem. And then we get that huge backlog that doesn't seem to move anywhere. And one of the greatest ones is our policy, or the housing allocation policy. The moment a person has been given a subsidy, because here's the difference, why I'm emphasizing the difference between registration and application. In the register, which is the first step, you register your name. All that you're doing is raise your hand up and say, government, I'm one of your citizens. I also need a house. That's all you're doing. And then comes a project in your particular area. Your name gets to be, I don't want to say shortlisted, but I can't think of the better word for it. And then you happen to be one of those who will benefit. Then you go through the process of the housing subsidy application. That's when application happens. Because the results will come back and say, you have failed your application for a house. And the moment there is money that has been allocated to your name, there is no house that is allocated to that person's name, but money, the subsidy that government gives, which is what our people do not seem to understand. A person will say, one challenge that we have always submitted to the national department and the province is the reference numbers that each one of those databases use. A person will see on a database receipt that says reference number such and such, and a different number on the HSS system. And coincidentally, when you go down on the ground and you find houses that have been built, you realize that there seems to be a stand number that coincides with one of the reference numbers that you've got in your documents. And then guess what happens? This person will walk into a municipality office and says, someone is staying in my house. And then we say to this person, but it's not your house. Who told you it's your house? It's not. It can't be your house. The referencing that is used in the different databases has got nothing to do with the actual house on the ground. So houses are allocated on a first-come, first-served basis, kind of. Why am I saying that? What does it mean? If there's a subsidy that has been attached onto your name, you now have an approval that you will get that government house or government subsidized house. We then invite you, 6 months later, we are allocating houses. It's a 200 units project house, a project. Then you come, when we have allocated, we're allocating those houses. And then you don't come until all the houses are occupied. We do not expect you to come to us tomorrow and say we owe you a house, because we invited you to come for allocation, you just didn't come. Which therefore means you will be allocated in the next project that that municipality will have. And the next project could be 3 years from then or 6 years from then. So which is a challenge. Now, here's the tricky part. Now you have, what's her name? Jackie. Now you have Jackie who has been approved, right? And Jackie didn't come for allocation that time when we invited her. And Jackie, Jackie gets a job, and the 3.5 just goes up. Jackie is now a police officer, whatever it is that she's doing. I promise you Jackie will be holding on to that subsidy. I still want my house. You said I'm going to get my house. I want my house. Well, now your common sense will say, but Jackie, you know? And Jackie will say, but which house am I going to get 10,000 rand salary? She's probably right? So we have that challenge as well, that we have a lot of people who have subsidy approvals, but today they don't qualify anymore. But they had those subsidies approved when they qualified. Now, government needs to deal with that. Government needs to deal with that. The other one is allocating Jackie a house. Jackie was coming from Limpopo. Jackie has got her own rural house in Limpopo. She's just there like, oh, okay, free house, oh, she gets it. She sells it to you. I choose you. She sells it to you. Illegally so. When the house is allocated to you, we will not come 2 weeks later to give you a title deed. We will not have that house registered on your name in 2 weeks. The 8 years that we're talking about in the preemptive clause does not start to be counted from the day that we put you in the house, but from the date that the deeds office registers that this house belongs to Jackie. So between us, municipalities and the provinces, we will allocate the houses. The provinces, well, I will say the province because we are in Gauteng. The province then appoints conveyancers for whatever term, could be 2 years, I don't know. And the conveyancer, we allocate a house, let's say we allocated a house 2020 March when COVID hit, right? And the conveyancers then come, or came 2021 November. So from March to November, you as the beneficiary, you've started counting months. I've been here. When you know that you want to sell the house. And then by the time that we come, we realize that you have been staying in the house 2 years, and we're only starting there. For us, it's year 1. For you, it's 2 years. And then you come and you claim, but I've been staying in the house for 8 years. And we say, no, but it's not 8 years. It's 6 years, so you can't do anything. In actual fact, the house still belongs to us. We can reallocate the house to someone else. But we hardly ever do that. So the one other challenge that we have is we do not have our monitoring processes in place. We don't. Because what is supposed to happen is if and when we have allocated your house and you do not comply with the rules of how you got the house, I'm sure you have seen a lot of houses in a low-cost area, houses that have been extended in no time. A house was allocated a month ago, 6 months later, it's a double story. Then the municipality's building department should demolish that. Because it's not your house, it's still government's house. So hence I'm claiming that we do not have our monitoring processes right, because then that's what is supposed to happen. that these houses are for who? The needy. Then it means, Pella, when you're not needy. If you are able to extend the house in 6 months, where have you saved the money to be able to do that in such speed? So these are the challenges that we have, that today, if you were to ask in the city of Tshwane, what is the backlog of our title deeds? Mkhosi, do you remember the backlogs that we have of our title deeds? 10,000 title deeds that we haven't issued. And when you go back to national department or national government, it translates to houses that have been given to potential beneficiaries. So if we're sitting with 10,000 title deeds that have not been issued, it means when we went to issue the title deed to Jakey, because that is whose name that the house is registered on. Now there's Jacob in that house. We can't give it to Jacob. Now Jacob says, no, but I bought it from Jakey. He has an affidavit. And our people do not know that an affidavit is only valid for 3 months. An affidavit is not a legal document to sell a house. And so when we get there, now these houses, most of them, who's occupying them? Foreigners. We have sold them. In some areas, in some instances, when we get to be allocated a house, we stay there for 3 months and we think money-making scheme, side hustle. We move out, we move back to some informal settlement. The gentleman here who was giving a presentation and said, our potential beneficiaries are very smart that they know that, okay, let me go have my shack right next to a riverbank. I know if storms hit, I'll be one of the first people to be rescued. That's what people do. Now, let me stop here and leave you with a question that could have me jobless. And ask that, must we continue giving houses for free? If we do continue, how do we then ensure that we give these houses to those who need them, the indigent? How do we identify that? How do we be sure that these houses are allocated to the people who need them? Chairperson, thank you so much. May I go back to my chair?
You are fired. Thank you very much, Shime. I was tempted to stop you, but you were saying uncomfortable things and things that many of us are afraid to say. But also you were speaking to the challenges, and we still want that presentation from City of Tshwane. And we'll pardon you because you put a disclaimer before you present that you don't have anything approved. But as an activist within the sector, you spoke your heart, and I think it's allowed. I don't know whether bureaucracy allows it. In politics, we allow it. You just speak your heart and tell us these are the issues, and then we're able. But some of the issues is issues that we interface with as and when we do our oversight work. I see Kurleni is not here. Are they here? They seemed to have gotten it right, isn't it, Colin, in the previous term? Is there anyone from Ekurlen? Okay, maybe I should move to the presentation. Oh, you want to ask questions? Can we have the presentation by CSIR, Dr. Napi, and then Human Research Council? I think Kensani, ne? Yes, I think Kensani assisted with just lifting out, and Colin also says this is a seminar, you are not going to ask me questions, but we're discussing broadly the challenges within that comes with allocation of housing generally in Gauteng, but also how then do we move forward with all the legislative framework that is there. And I like your question, and that's the question I continue to ask. It's also career limiting to myself. Do we still need to give houses the way we are giving them? You know? with our uniqueness as a province, that everybody else will migrate to the economic hub of South Africa, which is now Gauteng. Do we need to be still thinking that it's everyone else that needs this shelter for a permanent residence? Or should we start thinking of transit accommodation for those of us who are coming into Gauteng or leaving our houses in townships where everybody else is, and I go into this transit accommodation just for a period of stabilizing myself, and I move out to get my own house. So that house is a government house, so we get in and out. And looking at the uniqueness of Gauteng, I always say Gauteng is unique. You shouldn't treat it, when you make legislation in the country, Gauteng and Western Cape, you need to relook into their unique situation. You know, I made an example. I worked with someone in City of Tshwane who, when he registered, not applied, we are learning, he was, yes, indigent, but then got a house when he was a deputy director, and he didn't say no to the house. He took it and made rooms, and he has a side hustle. So I'm just saying, well, I'm making an example. It's not a true story. But I'm just saying, these are the things that we are faced with. We have Papa, who was in one of the hostels in Untitled, who is now in Limpopo, but in our registry, the numbers that Colin was presenting. And Papa doesn't want to come out because who are coming to Gauteng to study, so they must have accommodation. Unlike him, he doesn't want his kids to stay in a hostel, but they must have this RDP house in Gauteng. So Gauteng is unique, and Gauteng needs to start thinking about its uniqueness. And I think transit accommodation is what can, you know, but I'm just saying that we've got experts here and people who are doing research that can help us come up with better recommendations. Dr. Napier?
Maybe Chair, before Dr. Napier.
Right. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Napier, I'm getting counsel that, sitting next to legal individuals, I'm getting counsel that let's allow members to ask questions and everyone, so that because you are coming with an expert view, but also as a professional yourself, you also want to hear these things. And then maybe as you yourselves and NH Human Research Council come, you also have that appreciation of these issues that we have. I think Kensani broke the ice, opened a can of worms. So please, with your indulgence, let me allow members and anyone who wants to ask questions to do so in the next coming 20 minutes, and then we'll have the presentation. I had noted Member Ledwaba and Member Letwalo. Can I check first? Technology is challenging me. Okay, those online will prompt me. And then I have... Oh, missing bag. Oh, not what missing bag. Okay. Becky. Okay, little introduce again. I said come sit next to the mics, especially when you want to speak, because we'll not hear you. So I'll have you in that day, because when you complied with my rules. Who else this side? And then he's going to be the last one. So I gave you 20 minutes. So please, let's do that. Let's be mindful of sharing the 20 minutes amongst ourselves. I'm not going to time you. I just want to test whether you care about others. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Chair. I wanted to ask questions, but you are saying now we must make input at the same time. let me see if...
Ask your questions that you are allowed.
No, I thought maybe we'll start with questions and then from there make our inputs. That is why I was impatient with the person from Tshwane, because I thought we were still going to get to that stage. Because we wanted to be briefed first so that when we make input, it's more informed. The provincial allocation policy, Mr. Pizzo, when was it signed, or when was it approved and signed? I don't want to say it was sometime in 2019 when you informed. I just wanted to confirm with you. And you did indicate that there are members who will be coming from the municipalities who will serve at the provincial, what do you call it, allocation committee. Since it was signed, has there been any progress to that effect? Because I heard you lamenting the fact that you must still get people from the municipalities. And I had thought that by now, that structure is operational. But it doesn't seem to be like that. I'm raising this because I can see there is no synchronization between the municipalities and the province in terms of how you undertake this allocation. Fortunately, we had presentation from from Johannesburg. By and large, the emphasis was on the informal settlements as a prioritized area, unless I misrepresent them. But in the policy, it doesn't mention that. In terms of your topologies, it doesn't talk to that. I was even more interested to know from Tshwane and Ekurhuleni, how do they undertake their own allocation processes? Because even that Ekurhuleni was not here, we know, for instance, that they are even prioritizing the informal settlements as well. So if we take Johannesburg in terms of the presentation with regard to your approach, they are not aligned. Because when you prioritize informal settlements, it will mean you are targeting informal settlement, you want to move it. You have got around 5,000 people there, 10,000. But in terms of your approach, you will then have to deal with 10,000 houses or 5,000 houses in Johannesburg alone. So it can't be either or. So I just wanted to get clarity around that, because to me it is key. The moment our allocation policy is misaligned, then we are going to have serious challenges. Unfortunately, the two presentations do not talk to the corruption in the allocation of houses. There is no mention of it at all. And I'm interested in knowing what is the reason behind that. Because the first one, according to me, is the major contributing factor as to how do we manage the allocation. I don't want to talk about the National Housing Needs Register and HSS. To me, they are secondary. I want to talk about the human factor in terms of operationalizing these systems, which is a major problem. The first one, it relates to the officials and how you do it. The second one is the officials themselves, who, according to me, are the ones who are involved in corrupt activities, wherein a person who's entitled to get a house is A, the house is given to B. They manipulate the very same systems. And you can see that there is a syndicate. Because I'm not in the National Housing Needs Register today. There is a project there tomorrow. I get to be in the HSS today, and I'm allocated a house. We spoke about Clayville for some time. We spoke about Vliehof. I'm saying this because the housing policy is saying you are going to source in beneficiaries from the system. But it doesn't happen like that. You go to Vliehof. Officials, councillors, MMC, they undertook a door-to-door activity to source in names. They go, source in names. I mean, when you source in names, when you have got a system, what does that say? You talk about good things in terms of sending people, phoning people, but yeah, the officials themselves, they undertake a door-to-door activity to get in names at Vliehof, and they accepted that. So it doesn't talk to anything that we spoke of in terms of the system, and that is a problem. And these problems cause a situation wherein an innocent person who is in the system, he sees or she sees these things that are happening in front of him or her. People are allocated houses at night, during weekends, and you are innocently waiting for your turn. What do? The least you can do is to protest against that action. How do you protest against it? The first thing they are going to do is to occupy the very same empty spaces that these people are entering into illegally, if I were to use that word. It becomes only legal when councillors and officials do it. But it doesn't make it right because they are councillors or officials. You go to free off now. People who are allocated by councillors illegally. But because it's councillors and officials, it's deemed to be legal against your own systems. I want to touch on the issue of land availability. It is not true. Let me not start there. We have got a crisis of land availability in Gauteng. I want a piece of land to build myself a house. I'm earning 100,000. I'm earning 200,000. Where are you going to get it? Because one had thought that the flip approach would assist us, but it doesn't assist us. Because it takes you back to the bank where I don't want to go. I only need to take 50,000 that I can raise and buy a piece of land. Can we do that? You can't. You are forced to go into this system so that you can benefit. You don't need that RDP house. You need that piece of us so you can build your own house. But you won't have it. Not with this system. Even if we were to be given a better job that would make you have 50,000 to buy a piece of land, you won't buy it anyway. Now we're told of rapid land release program. Rapid land release program is like the government built an infrastructure. For some reasons, they do not have money to build houses. Then they say, we have got service standards that we are going to give to you. Not that initially that was the intention. We have got service standards, come and occupy this, be in the system, you must earn so and so and so. I don't think that is what people want. Just build the infrastructure, we will get our own, we will build our own houses. Let's be sensitive around people whom we promise these houses. Let's be sensitive. Let's be sensitive to the extent that there is no person who can go and invade a piece of land, leave his or her own house, just to stay in that squalor area. Who are these people? These are the people who are retrenched from their houses. These are the people who are in need. And these are the people who are destitute. So now we become so insensitive and inhuman to say, even if there is danger, for whatever reasons, we can't intervene because the focus is 1996, 1997. Recently, there was a flood in Tembisa, wherein I think it is reported that 2 people lost their lives. Those people who stayed there, they stayed there because they were relocated as per the instructions of officials and councillors. Not last year, not 2014, sometimes 2002, 2003. But now we can't help them because they are not a priority. The priority is the person who's in the system. But we created this problem as officials. We created these problems as councillors. Lastly, that is why I was interested again in terms of the presentation. I'm happy that Joburg, in terms of their presentation, they did not talk about councillors, MMCs. It would appear that they've got no role to play, unless, if I'm mistaken. But you go to Ekurhuleni, something that I struggle to get. What is the role of a councillor in the allocation of a house? What is the role of an MMC? Because in Ekurhuleni, they were directly involved. You talk of allocation, the councillor will then be involved directly. Even some community leaders give us 100 names, give us 100 people, give us 100 people against the policy. What is the role of these officials? No, not officials, of these political office bearers. Because in Johannesburg, they have not mentioned councillors anywhere or MMCs in terms of your allocation policy. And by and large, these are the ones who are contributing to these problems that you are having now. The issue of the title deed, Chair, before I submarine. You have got a person that is wrongfully allocated. It is a fact. You go anywhere, this old lady, she's told that there is somebody who's residing in that particular house. She has been allocated. Now she's expected to go and evict this person from that house. You are evicting a person that you can see there's nothing you can do. This person is money, is a taxi man. You are an old lady whose house is allocated to this person. You go anywhere, they tell that is your house. Yet here you must benefit once. And somebody is occupying your house. What do? I'm saying this because time and again the government brags that we have built 1.2 million houses in Gauteng, or 1 million or so. But more than 300,000 of them are they have wrongfully benefited from this. They are not the legitimate beneficiaries. How do you address that? Because we still get petitions where a person says, they say that is my house, it's registered in my name, but somebody is staying there. And nobody is willing to assist me. How do you address that? You can't blame that person. When he comes back into the system rejects that person. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, in the premise, I think it would have augured well if we had a considerable amount of time beyond the day to really make thoroughgoing reflections on this subject. It's a very topical subject that obviously affects ordinary lives, and that is why, a creation of time would have assisted in that regard. But because this is a seminar, and because they were lawmakers, we also don't want to be part of the bandwagon of people who are only just making lamentations, but to some degree, possibly even consider workable solutions, or even propose necessary interventions that could possibly assist. And I think at some point on, we may just need to infuse within this working arrangement, policy makers, researchers, and I'm happy that the CSIR is here, so that they also assist us in formulating as this collective, other than just, raising our hues and cry, because I find that it might actually have the inverse effect of what we would have intended. And more so because we've got guiding frameworks. So you have got all these frameworks that are there in place, which are supposed to assist us. But what we are finding is that the human element often implicates the actualization of what would have been intended by the drafters of the number of these frameworks that we have. But linked to that, it's really just the question of policy coordination. So what Member Ledwaba raises, really just the circles around policy coordination, particularly when we have got 3 tiers of a government, not, corresponding with one another in a manner that will ensure that there's a harmonious functioning of, the program, because it is a program, and there's a point of convergence at which it must be coordinated. Because if you self-define as a municipality against another municipality, and central to that you have got the provincial, department, and you find that there are all these bangles insofar as a coordination, you are likely to have what has been described by Mek and San as well Untitled Chapter. But I just thought there's one or two issues on my part which I am of the view that we should be looking into. And I would have already spoken about the issue of policy coordination. And I know the Minimax do try to help, but because in other instances there's a politicization of implementation of the project. That is why you are finding what is largely manifested as a part of the sketch of maladministration insofar as these issues are concerned. But the one thing for me really, it's really finding a way of mitigating the system bypass, which is really, as I will have said, a human element, in distorting processes. And if you can deal with that decisively, you will find that you might be in a much more, a thoroughgoing path insofar as meeting with your objectives. So dealing with the system bypass. So it's a bigger thing. So whether it's really about applications, whether it's about allocations, you will find that there would be this manipulation by personnel. And they get away with it because the kind of frameworks that we have might not necessarily have envisioned those kinds of instances where there would be encroachment, manipulation, distortions, element of a criminality insofar as that is concerned. And earlier on, I was asking the chair a question about how do we also, that they be to insulate. I know the department will have a fraud unit, which is internal. But how do we insulate it from the machinations of the department such that it retains some degree of objectivity, in playing its investigative role, particularly just as related to RDP, maladministration or misallocations, just looking into that. And I think you will find that much could be achieved on that front. And then, secondly, is that the reality that we are contending with is that there's a backlog. So we speak about a development of a policy, allocations a policy, which is an intervention which is welcomed because at least it seeks to sort of mitigate against those challenges. But in extracting it, does it in any way speak to a backlog, a clearance strategy, which is not only just focused on category prioritization, because as it's articulated, it simply just highlights the priority categories without necessarily speaking on the input at sort of clearing of that backlog. So we've got no thoroughgoing appreciation of the kind of work that has got to go in to really, clear off this backlog, particularly as we will have indicated from 96 and so on, So different epochs. What is the thought process around, seeking to clear off the backlog? And I'm stating that because much as we say, we're looking into the issues of those that may have applied, approved in 96, 97. The reality is that in the petitions committee, the bulk of the petitions that we receive, you will find that they actually, of the applicants that applied during those years. So your 96, 97, and 98. So be that you may have that kind of a framework, how does it assist us to really clear off, So that has not been in any way really been actualized. And I thought we may just want to expand on it more so that there's a greater appreciation around what is intended with that policy and how have we assessed it now as against the initial thinking, and whether there may be a need for a review in seeking to strengthen it going forward. And then there's also the question around the inaccuracies of the register, over time, possibly leading to, some of the systemic weaknesses that you mentioned, that it has got no filters, it's unable to, or rather it does not have an interoperable feature with other institutions, possibly it could be at national or your localities, Yes, so that creates a problem because it then distorts the extent of the problem just based on the analytics of it. So you may not necessarily be able to accurately tell what you are dealing with. And because that has been manifest, you find that in other instances you could be saying, we want to prioritize a 1996 applicant. Only that there are no more. But it is clogging the system. So in your system, it's reflected there, that there's an issue here. But when you tally that against, those numbers, which might not necessarily be as validated, well, I suppose in other instances, it could be the case. But the sense that we're getting is that it would sound as if there's a greater degree of invalidation insofar as either the register is concerned. So I think the suggestion coming from us is that we may need to clean up. We may really need to clean up the register by doing thoroughgoing validation. And one of those platforms that we should be utilizing, I mean, there's this thing as census now, And because we've got a register, we might as well, piggyback on yes, so that we sort of try to cause for necessary validation. Otherwise, the situation might remain as untenable as it currently is. And then, thirdly, Chair, I think one of the things that undergits, the decision to make provision for housing, so your RDP housing, which is, if you will, a conscious decision, born out of our reconstruction and development program, which enlists within it a number of principles, I think 6. It speaks about a people-centered approach, one which stimulates active participation. So when you lack that feature in how you are rolling out your programs, you find that there's a lot of confusion. And there are other people elsewhere that might want to leverage that confusion in that debate to cause confusion, greater confusion within society about the intent of this intervention by government. Because the reality is that government never really said everybody, should have a free housing. I don't think that was the intention, But those that qualify, and of course that there would then be prescribed the requirements around what would militate qualification. But the current formulation in society, and also as propagated by, different segments of persons, is that they miscommunicate the primary formulation of the state. Because the reality is that our constitutional framework, I mean, if you look at Section 36 of the Constitution, it says the state can only provide certain things based on the availability of resources. Is it based on the availability? So much as we may want to have an expansive outlook around the provision of RDP housing, the reality is that we may not necessarily be able to. Otherwise, you run the risk of collapsing everything to really just prioritize this one area. And mind you, there are several other things that are linked to the issues that are before us. So housing is but one of them. Housing is but one of them. There could be healthcare, there could be, issues around, schooling, infrastructure, a whole lot of those things. And so that is why, Member Ledwaba, you will find that at some point then governments rethinks how things, the trajectory of housing, provisioning, and says, well, there might be categories of people who may not necessarily just want this brick and mortar, which is an RDP house, but they may actually just want access to a piece of land where they may be able to build on their own. And we don't measure that against time, because Somebody may say, you know, it may take me 2 to 5 years to build a house, you know. So you sort of offset the kind of a burden that might have otherwise been placed on the coffers of the state, you know. And I think it's a brilliant intervention that the government whatever came up with. And it needs to be embraced here. It needs to be communicated so that people who may be willing, who may have the financial means, and who must not, much as you know, there may be a miasma of poverty as manifest. The reality is that there may be people who may still be qualifying to access, you know, a funding from either, you know, government agencies, institutions, or even banks, if you will. And I don't think we must demonize those kinds of platforms where people can access funding to build for themselves. And we are seeing it. I mean, if you go to Harangua, as you enter there, you see it. People may, in other instances, invade land simply because they may want to build for themselves. Not necessarily that they want to build up shanties and so on, you know, but simply because it might be taking a bit of time. There might be all these encumbrances in them accessing, you know, pieces of land. So I'm of the view that we really need to embrace that. But much more important is that we need to find a way of developing efficient communicative platforms, so that people know, you know, when you speak about an allocation policy, when you speak about this register, when you speak about the follow-through mechanisms, where do they go? Because we must not take it for granted that it's everyone that may daily afford, you know, to commute in going to validate themselves. It may not be as easy as that. But if you consider, and I'm happy that we're having this discussion in a fora which is really just about, you know, inventiveness and innovation. So we must tap into the kind of expertise that resides with either CSIR, Innovation Hub, to really assist us to respond to some of these social questions about how to follow through. You know, how do we then package messages that would assist our people to appreciate the terrain, to appreciate the landscape which relates to housing, you know, so that a person is not easily misled. Because in other instances, what we are confronted with are instances of people being misled by criminal elements, you know. So if we can create those platforms, you will find that we'll have also dealt much with much of the confusion which may be peddled by, you know, those elements. And then I thought we may also want to just speak on the, you know, the administrative nuances that are there, in that we plan and then something remains stagnant even before implementation. And at some point we want to actualize it, but the terrain has changed drastically and we don't feedback, you know. It also creates a bit of a confusion just on its own. So you would want that the kind of collaboration that we have as the executive with the legislature be harnessed, so that the legislature can also be able to step up in assisting you to sort of relay, you know, the manner and form of the direction that the department would be assuming insofar as bringing about the kind of interventions that are sought within the space itself. And speaking of collaborations as well, I mean, you talk about, you know, your typologies in Gauteng, or because of we're landlocked, you are now forced to consider, you know, your stack-ups, which is also a brilliant idea, by the way. But as you speak to it, you also then denote some of you know, the challenges related to it. You speak about, you know, people who might be living with disabilities not being able to gain, you know, access, which could be a hurdle on its own. But if you consider, you know, the use of newer technologies, you will find it easier, you know, to actually complement that kind of interventions or measures. So one of those, Prof or Doc, it's really this thing, you know, your stair lifts. We've seen it in Paris. You know, in the Paris, they've got communes. And they're also considering these, you know, stair gaps. And then they will fit these buildings with, you know, your stair lifts. So those are some of the things that we might want to look into, so that we don't just easily say, you know, there's a problem because if you stack up, people may not necessarily be able to access. But you consider that in consideration to the categories that you will have enlisted there. So it might not necessarily be, you know, your old age people who may be preferred, you know, in your third floors, your second floors, but it might be a youthful cohort of applicants which would have been approved that could possibly be a place as such. So I just thought we really need to be inventive in how we were dealing with these things, as opposed to just, you know, harrowing the same kind of lamentations that we would have already did. But then lastly, is that at some point I would have had the opportunity to interact with the chapter, the Public Protector's Office. And they raised, you know, a whole lot of concerns with just the mechanics of how, you know, the housing department, so it could be at the level of the municipality or even at the province, go about, you know, offering redress insofar as systemic, you know, manipulations are concerned. And I thought, well, there lies an opportunity that the department could possibly leverage, you know, because if you don't have a investigative capacity as a department, well, I suppose your fraud unit might not necessarily be as a, you know, adequately capacitated on its own, you know, but also the limitations related to that. But here are Chapter 9 institutions which are saying, well, we could actually come on board and assist the department in investigating, in marshalling necessary resources, so that we deal with what the member Ledwaba raises as, you know, elements of corruption, maladministration. That may be a hurdle to other issues around, you know, illegal occupations, which is a dominant phenomenon, a chair, if you will, you know. So how are we reparting that? Is that you need to have some working relations with law enforcement agencies. And here's one of them that says we can be able to do that in a much more sustainable fashion, you know. So I thought the department might also want to leverage that. But also, as my parting, you know, words, you know, emboldening or fortifying the research and development unit of the department. You know, it's a rarity to find that in these kinds of engagements, other than when you have invited, you know, your partners like CSSR and others, would you find that the department says, well, the spectacle at which we are looking into all of these issues, because they have been as obstinate for the longest of time, you know, but it is as if we're maintaining them. So you can't fix a crisis whilst maintaining it at the same time, you know. So the component around the research and development might as well assist us in responding to some of the questions that are before us, so that they are not as recurrent. So we find that 10 years ago, Member Ledwaba, the same issues that we are engaging on would have been laid bare, would have been put forth. And at some point, other people would have made suggestions around that, you know, but that has not crystallized into a working framework that sort of, you know, informs our work and resolve. So I thought, you know, research and development, you know, plays a pivotal role in the kind of measure that we may want to ultimately come up with, you know, to create lasting solutions. Otherwise, it's going to be, you know, repetitive slogans all the time, that people would lament this, and it ends up being politicized, which is not necessarily an ideal thing for us to be dealing with. Thank you very much, Chair.
Don't be like these two politicians. I said 20 minutes and then they took
Okay.
all of it and more than that.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Walter Mvula. I'm from Sub-Region 1, Tshwane. I reside in Soshanguve. So, I don't know if the House could allow me to ask, to answer that question of whether is it the necessity of giving people RDP houses or what, because I heard one from the city of Tshwane asking this question, also the chairperson did. So I think, I don't know whether you allow me, but I think it's wise for me to answer this question. Okay, ma'am. Thanks for that. I think it's important to give people RDP houses, but depending on the conditions. Like for an example, you can't give a people an RDP house where they are over, say they are in a big number, Kamucharate like that, you see. Say maybe it's me and Mama and others, you give me a 4-roomed house. So that one, you can qualify for that family. I think we have to look it very clearly if we come to situations because those people automatically abasa qualify that 4-roomed RDP houses. Again, I can say it's not that much important to that house in that way, rather to give him that land where not the very same people can atkarele the house very suitable for yena le family. And ibe jarata e kaonenyane, it's kind of just a 6x7 meter, whereby you expect me to build a family a 10-roomed house in that 5x6 meters, of which is unfair. So I think we have to just look at very carefully. Allocation allocation. And again, I want to direct this question to the department. I think it's Women Settlement, or is it Housing Department? I don't know. The one who was presenting how they give people houses. So, people, I'm fearing because of the priorities. He said the priorities are the disabled, the old age, about 60 years, and then little lesbian and stuff. So I'm wondering where Narwela Mokai there. So, and then I want to ask this question deeply again, or really, what criteria are they using to allocate people because it looks like they don't practice exactly what he was presenting. Because if that was the case, the backlog that we are talking about now, in case staying. So it looks to me that when they allocate these houses to people, they just go directly like the way member Ledwaba have said, they collect names, 10 names from blah, 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 make that group and allocate people, of which that one is really unfair. So I direct this question again to same department, yes, verse. So I don't know, because I don't know who benefited more verse. Because me, you know me, me, I've started to apply these RDP houses in 1993, down there, where if there is someone from Soshanguve here,
After 1994, 93, I assume.
No, wait.
93 there is not democracy.
Wait. If there is someone from Soshanguve, if you remember the XX, Block XX, Starter, Block XX Starter is that like the RDP houses. Those were the first RDP houses is in a big number. Apply. We started there to apply the RDP houses too. And some of us, like myself, we never allocated to those RDP houses. We went to the city to go and register until we come to this issue as service. I'm there on that service. I've got that, is it a blue or white paper? I've got that proof. I went through service, but I never benefited. So again, we went at our own, whereby we filled up the subsidy forms with the Department of Human Settlement Regional Office, whereby we've been approved. And even today, we are still waiting. So I don't know how exactly do you use that method of allocation. Whom should benefit and whom should not benefit? Is it your brother or your family or your kids? I don't know what. So that's another question. So secondly, on the issue of the business forum, I heard that you talk about this business forum. Of course, even myself, I'm from Ward 34 in Soshanguve. If the project can come in Ward 34, you must know I'm the first person to go and hijack that RDP house. Because I'm on a list, and these people of these business forums, you must know from now onwards, is because of the councillors and some of the officials from the municipalities who makes these things to be effective on the ground. And then they make us so very angry in an extent that we are going to protest. And then you send up those people to come and interact on that situation, of which that one is also unfair. And then this question of land. The question of land, I think you must just look at it very seriously. You said you don't have a land in Gauteng. Yes, somewhere we can agree, but me, I don't agree. We do have a land in Gauteng, particularly in Soshanguve. You must go there. There is a very big land. Oh, Tumamoroslini Mola, where you are there. There is a very big land. And that land, it needs you to intervene. It's just a piece of land. We don't have a land. So you as a government, you must go and intervene. Once land grab, and then this is our land, this is our land. Where were those people all along? So I think you must go and intervene on those issues. Again, more issue ya land. I think not too much because the very same block XX that I'm talking about, area starter, where that XX, this is XX, this is something like VV, something like, I don't know, that block. That block was allocated for RDP houses. The RDP houses, even today, there is not even a single RDP house. Another guy is a value max. Who's that value max? Who occupied the whole of that land? Who are related to the subsidy, the bond, it means that now we have to suffer. So all level like that land, it means it has been sold to that value max. So there is a land, go Soshanguve again. There is a community, go Soshanguve. Irele petition in on a particular land, in that petition for the department to convert that land into a settlement so that those people can benefit on that land. I think these people, who must give them the priority. I do have the petition number of that community, and I'm having we dealt with, and I do have also the report from day one up to 2019, whereby the government was supposed to come and develop that land. Even today, they didn't come, they don't respond, we don't know what is happening. So we are very sorry about this situation. And at the end of the day, you want us to be patient. Le molwetse wa fola, nka se no phela ke lwala the rest of my life. Gale re lwala re fodile, man. So give us that chance. So somewhere, somehow, you allow that bad luck or irre at your own, because somewhere now I'm sorry to say this. Wa ka nna ke bona ka ra le ire mmereko. Ge nke le re le ira mmereko, this bad luck is staying. Secondly, issue ya you must have a time frame. You can't say ke nya go nyala msadi o sa itse ro nya go monyala neng. You must have a time frame. Say ke nya go ga RDP houses, or people come and register for RDP houses. Expect your RDP house after maybe 1 year. So when motho o ngwadisa RDP house ka 96, o tlo bolela ka tseno ka 2022 gore o mmea priority. What about ngwana a belegilwe mmaloba? People ra belega bana ba tletši, nna ka ke ne le first born in the 24 years. O tsore le ena wa qualify for RDP house. Ibule ere the city abule ke am register da. I'm going to increase that bed block you are talking about. So I don't know how are you going to sort these things out. So you just do it at your own. So another thing I had chair talking about communication. There is lack of communication here. People don't communicate, especially with the community. You are here to serve the community, but you don't communicate with that community. Yeah? At the end of the day, the text the office government. Officially right. Never mind we are not working. Every day if I go to Spa, one tax, that what's that VAT? It pays you. At the end of the day, when you don't serve me. And then when I call you, you say, hey, blah, 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 blah. But when I will, what do you mean? As officials, but on the ground, you don't do this. The councillor, the MMC and others, we can name them all. Go ground December, go extension 19. There was supposed to be an allocation. I don't know Mutwako Twanokai. Twan, there was supposed to be an allocation go extension 13. I invited Leva to get the back door. You know what happened? Because of that corrupt element that is happening on daily basis. Aba patela the RDP houses jail. Those people were really already kicked at the RDP houses jail. And then look at Jen so. So you talk of allocating. Allocate our man. Yeah? You don't provide. Ali say look office people. I'm so sorry to say that. Chairperson, sorry for that. And everyone, if maybe but we have to talk. Now go ground do. Go more I'm worried. I can even today. So and I'm appealing. This petition, we must deal with this petition to prove that you are here to serve the community. I'm one of the community members. Thank you.
Apologize let the last speaker speak. Ke solofela gore ga o tshwane le bona ba le bararo o motho wa go share wa care. Thank you very much Ntate for your inputs. Don't feel bad about them. That's what we need.
My name is Pacho Simon. My question will be pertaining to my responsibility at work. I'm a foot soldier. I'm on the ground, I'm at the lower level at my department. I always meet with the clients with the different queries. So my question is,
Paro, what's okay?
I'm from Hammanskraal Region 2 in Pretoria, city of Tshwane. Can I go on? Can I proceed? Yeah. The first question is, the dependents became beneficiary in terms of estate. We have got a problem that people who don't have beneficiaries want to apply for a low-cost houses. If he or she does not have dependents or financial dependents, they borrow the next door child so that they should qualify. And then, in terms of deaths, when people dies, the next door, they come and they say, the beneficiary is my child, and it's not a family member. That one we want answer for that because it's happening. And then the second question, what do you do about person benefited elsewhere but found in the informal settlement in terms of formalization? This person has benefited somewhere. Now he's in Soshanguve, he's Hammanskraal, he's at the informal settlement. And then when the development comes, and then in terms of formalization, the person, what do you do about that person? Because he does not qualify at that area. What do you do about that person? Flips. This program, flips. It has never happened in my area. It does not help anybody. People who are earning more than 3,500 plus one, they are not benefiting anything. This is just a song that I'm doing in my office. I recommend that, I'm talking about that, but there is no land allocated for catering those people. It's only for low-cost RDP houses, areas that have been there. Thank you, Chairperson.
I think whoever that sent you here, it helps to have people like you who are on the ground. Because sometimes the policies that are made, you guys who are on the ground are never consulted to give your input, because to me, you are critical stakeholders. You are the ones who are implementing policy on a daily basis. I'm going to have the team from Human Settlement to attempt to answer those that are questions. And I think some were really solutions to say, let's start looking at this differently and let's start doing things differently. And I think, it's up to you to decide whether you answer all, not up to you, answer the questions, and then the inputs, I think you'll need to go back and refine. And that's why we are here. We are here at the Innovation Hub to share our experiences in our different corners about the housing allocation policy, but also to say this is how we should move on from now on. And I think some of the issues raised are very uncomfortable, and that's what we were seeking, and perhaps wanting to hear it from someone else other than ourselves as a portfolio committee, so that we concretize on a way forward. It can't be a problem forever. And I think when we came into the legislature, we felt it's unfair for us to be dealing with issues of 1999 when we were so small ourselves. We didn't know that we'll be members of the legislature then. We were in primary school, not even thinking about many things. And today we are on this seat trying to resolve challenges that we found in the system. And maybe perhaps that's why we are here. And I hope that as South Africans, we don't get tired of talking, because when we talk, we'll be able to fast-track things. We can't continue doing things the same way or resolving challenges created under Mandela the same way that Mandela and his team wanted to resolve them. And I think there's a spirit of our engagement today, to say, yes, these are stubborn challenges, but with all that we have now as resource, how can we speedify the processes? What is it that needs to change in our allocation policy, in our housing development program, in how we conceptualize the rapid land release program? Is it still relevant? Is it talking to the issues that Ntate from Soshanguve has spoken to, that I really need land? And you interact with youth, people my age in Soshanguve who grew up in their family homes. They will tell you, all I need is land so that I go build my children a home. And there's no land. Land is privatized. You speak of expropriation of land, but you are not doing it. Help us. Who's occupying? You know, Valma? Is it Val? On N1, this side, before Kekana start. We were told at some point the owner is in Australia. And as and when people try to occupy or want that land, it's difficult to get it. And I think part of, and that's why we're saying we are wanting to influence lawmaking by collecting this information. We are wanting to influence policy review. Not to say we are saying people must not get RDP houses. We are saying here's a new case of what we are finding ourselves in Gauteng. People in Gauteng, and according to the database we have, these are the people that need RDP houses in the form that it was conceptualized. But here are people in a form that you have conceptualized the land rapid program. Here are people who need those land parcels. Fast track it. But where do we get the land? Because the argument is there is no land. There's no land because the land assets that we have in Gauteng are in the private lands. And government will come and tell you it's expensive to talk to Van Niekerk, who is in Australia, and knowing very well how he got that land. And Van Niekerk wants millions and millions that government cannot afford. And some organizations, including others, they are speaking of expropriation of land, and we have seen that process unfold. What message do we send to lawmakers as people of Tshwane, as people of Gauteng, as people of Ekurhuleni, and people of Johannesburg, and everywhere we find ourselves, to say, fast track that resolution, fast track that implementation. Modern houses, I mean, I'm not hearing this for the first time, Colin. Modern houses, people want land and jobs. You know, that's it. Give us land, we'll see how we do it. But also we are saying the system seems to be abused because we are not ready with our implementation. Why is the system not talking to the banks of this country? Because through the bank, you can get to know whether Kiriboni affords a house or to buy herself a land, not that Kiriboni is a qualifying beneficiary for an RDP house. That's through the bank. SASSA now, with the social grant relief, is able to check in the system. Those of us who had cousin, children, nieces and nephews that every month, because of black tax, we must send money to, could not qualify for 350 because SASSA and social development could immediately pick up that Dineo gets money every month. She has an income. And as a result, SASSA blocked that individual. And then that individual went to SASSA to say, but why are you saying I'm not qualifying, I'm not working? Then they said, no, there's this money that always comes into your account every month. And, you know, so people had to explain themselves, where do they get the money? Who is this person that is giving you the money? We have business people, yes, they are in informal settlements, but some of them bank around 20,000 per month or per week. And they are on our registry list, Mr. Pito. They are part of the backlog that we discussed. Is it fair to be worried about a person that has an income when we have Kuku, Mukari in Harankua, who really do not have anyone and any income except a SASSA grant? And she's number 99. Kiriboni is number 5. She's to get a house quickly. But Kiriboni makes an income. Urana sport, urana tavern, urana spaza shop, So una le tšhelete, but o ko listing. So no one do that verification. Yes, Sivese has been done. How far are we with Sivese? Now we see, since 2019, we are trying to come up with innovative ways of ensuring that we clear up the backlog. But we are saying, let's clear up and link to all the systems that are there in the country. Let's use technology. Let's use all these research institutions to help us resolve the challenges. And I think the reason we came here was to say, can we come up with new ways of doing this? Yes, we have this policy, but the implementation will be met with these challenges, and the challenges have been outlined through the House today, but also we continue to get them. So I'm going to allow you to respond to those that you think are questions that require responses, and I think part of this is to say, let's formulate ourselves differently, especially when it comes to implementation. How I wish all municipalities were here, including our housing development unit, so that they have an appreciation of what we're really saying. And I think as a portfolio committee, we'll also have that responsibility when we go through and interrogate your APPs as a department. So thank you very much for those who made input. We're still going to have another round. We're just having Colin to respond and allow Dr. Napi and Human Research Council, Human Science Research Council to also make their presentation, and then we'll interact with it. It's not easy to have this discussion for less than 6 hours, Jake. This is a passionate issue, but this is a thorny issue. That's why I give example. I hope no one sees me as a vulgar woman. But there's nothing I can do. This is a thorny issue. Analyze it, and then it doesn't have to continue saying there's a backlog when we don't have solutions. Colin, over to you and the team from Human Settlement.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the input coming from the members and members of the community. Chair, I don't want to respond to each and every issue raised. I mean, it can take me the next coming week to address each and every issue. But I think what one would indicate is that I've got a team here. I've got the directors from the regional offices, from all 5 of them. They are here. If there's issues that pertain to Tshwane and Soshanguve, specific issues, I'm sure my colleagues could be able to respond to some of the issues without me wanting to engage on projects per se, or some of the issues that would have come through with regards to FLISP, for instance. And there are several issues that I've spoken to, people that are the foolproof systems that we have. I've spoken to those. Maybe I was not necessarily clear, but I'm sure my colleagues could be able to explain some of those things to everyone else. Issues around the neighbors as well. It's not necessarily a prerequisite for a neighbor to take someone's neighbor for them to qualify. Those are some of the things that they can be able to explain to you. But I've got Sadzani from who runs a service delivery branch in Tshwane. She's here. I've got Mfani Seni, those who are coming from Johannesburg. Mfani Seni is here. I've got Petunia, who's running the Western region. I've got Jeanette, who's running the Ekurhuleni region on the other side. I had Ketla, who had to leave, is not feeling well, who's running the Citibank region. So if there's any issues that are project specific, you can be able to engage with the colleagues. With regards to the matters raised by Ntate Vula, I think on the issue around the petition, I'm sure will be directed by the chair of the petitions committee on issues that are there. And if there are issues that relate to the department, we should be able to engage on those. And I think, Chair, it's very difficult for people to divorce certain processes of housing development from allocation. That is why one has received so many issues. And And I'm sure this will require the entire department to be here to respond to some of the issues. I mean, listening to Member Siroto was asking about projects, where are they, and so it's going to be we'll need a bigger session with more people so that at least we engage and then prioritize. What are some of the issues that we need to be engaging on? Which will then inform our research and development unit to start thinking broadly about. And I think one will take some of the salient issues that have been raised in this particular session and deposit them with our research unit so that at least they begin to engage. But I can safely indicate to the chair of the Petitions Committee that we have already established a relationship with the law enforcement agencies, especially looking at the invasions that are taking place. We have also brought in the justice as well, so that at least they're also party to it, your NPA, and so that at least there's much more quicker conviction and dealing with the cases that are there. But I will also bring to their attention that your public protector, for instance, is actually willing to come in and assist in that particular process. We encourage collaboration as a department. Issues around the members' road is not here, but the National Housing Needs Register is a central database of the Department of Human Settlement. So it's a web tool that we normally use. It's used by the province and the accredited municipalities. Your local municipalities, such as for instance, your Lisedi, would not necessarily have such. But we're actually working in terms of having them have that particular system, and they're being trained, I think, sometime next week or so. And I did present in terms of the allocation work. I did present the SOP in terms of what is it that we do on that. And on issues around the bulk, which he raised, it's just unfortunate that the bulk issues straddle between different spheres of government. There's other responsibilities that lie with Department of Water and Sanitation, for instance. Others lie with ESCOM, others lie with municipalities. But the issue relates to the disjuncture in terms of our own planning cycle, our own priorities, our own policies, which I think the chair also spoke about the policy coordination, which that's where it's also lacking, because if the politicians are not seeing eye to eye on certain issues, it tends to create problems for us. With the issues raised by Member Lidwaba in terms of the Joint Allocations Committee, and I can safely indicate that the Joint Allocations Committee have been in existence. The policy came into effect in 2020 in October. So the letters that we have actually sent out, because there's a new term of government at a local municipality, that's when we then send out that particular communication, so that we can be able to resuscitate and get new appointments of those. And I think in the allocation policy is very much clear in terms of, is that I could not necessarily take you through everything. There's different roles that councillors have no role. The role of councillors on an allocation policy is for them to oversee that the officials that are there are doing what is actually prescribed in the policy. They have no say in saying you must prioritize this one over the other one. If they have to do so, they must then do a write-up that goes through an MMC to the MEC. So that those becomes your special cases per se. With regards to us being insensitive to issues, you raise issues around Tembisa, for instance. And as I've indicated, you've got what you call special cases. An MMC can be able to write to the MEC for them to be accommodated. But again, remember, you need to qualify for you to be accommodated. So there's still those hindrances that you still need to deal with. But again, what is also key is that a municipality has got also a responsibility, because not all of the 5,000 people that are sitting in an informal settlement will qualify. But a municipality needs to also come in to then say, those that do not qualify, where do we place them? With regards to the issues that relates to fraud and corruption and issues around the manipulation and distortion of, I think, Chair, one of the things that we have done, I think, in early last year, after the portfolio committee would have picked up issues around in Clayville, in Fluroff. One of the things that was done were to revoke all the user profiles of everyone else who's using the system. Reason being that somebody was dealing with an application from inception, in capturing the application, verification, editing, up until approval stages. Mainly, other reasons was because of the capacity issues, but it also had an element of somebody can easily manipulate it, they can do anything with it. Because it means I can take a laptop, I can bring people at my house, and I can process everything on my side. We have since stopped that. We have got protocols in terms of the user profile. So there's somebody who deals with application, in terms of capturing. There's a different person who deals with editing. There's a different person that deals with approval, verification, searches, such that when it gets to the approval stage, it's not the same person. Those are the things that we've actually brought in to try and close those gaps. And I think we have considered to the fact that not everything is running perfectly, but we're trying to improve as and when we can be able to see the gaps that are actually happening there. And I think we also are in the same situation when our anti-fraud and corruption unit, it's more inward looking as well. We're of the view that it needs to be elevated such that we're able to deal with other elements, because I want to believe those that are being corrupted in the system, they're being corrupted by somebody who's actually outside. But I don't think they also have the capabilities to investigate certain things. So it can work either way, Membalito. But now that they're also saying the Chapter 9s can also assist as well, we'll also be able to knock on their doors to then say how best can they assist us. Though I know most of our Chapter 9s are overstretched. I'm not too sure how best they can do that. With regards to clearing of the backlog, I think it's a very difficult exercise to start even thinking about, looking at the resources at hand. That is why we then say, let's try by all means to try and navigate the storms by dealing with those that we know that they've been waiting for quite some time. Knowing very well that the data that we have, like I indicated, the data that we have, it's very corrupt. I'll call it corrupt in the sense that it's not precise. That there's so much wrong with it. And the process that the minister is leading of trying to cleanse the data, creating a new system, we digitize everything else, I'm sure it will actually lead us to greater gains. But as my parting shot, and also to also assist in terms of the discussion and the seminar, and I think for me it becomes there are certain things that we need to deal with. One of them is a dominant discourse around the housing delivery, is that the notion of the waiting list. When we created the waiting list, it was mainly on the first-come, first basis, which has somewhat shifted, and the communication thereof. Those are some of the things that, for me, if we must cleanse the process, we need to determine who then are our priority beneficiaries. How do then work around that particular list, per se? So that we demystify, if we must remove people from the list, so be it. Let's start something new, so be it, and be clear in terms of where we're moving. That, for me, will actually help. The second one becomes the responsibility of the state. Because the responsibility of the state is to create access to housing. And where do you place the private sector? How do they come into the space? It's also very important, because we are there to create access. Where do you bring in the private sector? And in such a big problem that we're actually sitting with. The last issue becomes the policies are there. For me, we've got adequate policies. How do you then translate those policies into much more practical, pragmatic solutions that will actually take us somewhere? And I'm sure with the input that will be coming in from our other colleagues, I'm sure we can be able to explore new ideas. But I'm sure this is a bigger problem that you're dealing with. But I'm sure if you can identify some of the 1 or 2 issues, low-hanging fruits that you can be able to deal with, I'm sure it will be able to take us somewhere. Thanks, Chair. I'm not too sure whether my colleagues would want to add anything, but I'll want to leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wants to add from the side of officials of government?
I would like to add, ma'am.
Are you from officials?
Yes.
Okay. Let's allow you. You wanted to add in that. Let's allow you. Why let's have a sit at mopping? Bana ba nnang ko morago mo tlelaseng, they are always very naughty.
Oh, it's on. My name is Rahadi Mako. I'm from City of Tshwane. I would like to speak to NHNR and HSS, the system which belongs to the Human Settlements Department. We use it as the city officials, but we have no, what can I say? We cannot add value unless we come to this platform. What I've realized is that when a person, let me just give a background. When you register your name on the NHNR, that's the first entrance. And then the second step would be HSS, when we're going to qualify you to get a house. And then the last step will be allocation, and then registration. But your name will still say Rakhadi is allocated and registered and that has a title deed. But your name will still, your name will still be inexistent on the NHNR. So there's no progress. Even the people whom we helped in 2008, 2006, since the consumption of this housing. Your name will still exist on the NHNR. So there's no progress. So what I'm saying is that the system is flooded with lots of things. What I'm saying is that it does not help the department to plan.
This was on.
Oh, that one is still on.
Is it?
What I'm saying is not on now. Oh. What I'm saying is that the system does not help us to plan as it's supposed to be. And the other thing, maybe I'll just give you a background on allocation. As Ntate, Colin. May I call you Colin? Okay. Yes, that is why I am. Or Mr. Pizzo. Thank you. The Joint Allocation Committee consists of the department, the province, and the municipality. And we invite the councillors. The councillors are invited because they are regarded as the first citizen of their wards. So say we've got a project at Ward 34. So we would invite the councillor of Ward 34. The reason we are inviting the councillor of Ward 34, it's for the councillor to be able to inform the community that he serves, to say that we're going to have a project, so that that's his role. So our mandate as the Joint Allocation Allocation Committee is to come up with criteria that we are going to use for that project. Let me give an example of one project. It was a small project in Atteridgeville, Westport. It was a small project which was led by the city. It was 128 houses which were built with the backlog of how many people? let's say 1,000, we are required to give 128 people out of that 1,000 people. So we sit around and then we come up with the criteria. The criteria that Ntate Piso came about, that we say people who are approved, people who registered in 1996 to 1999 and got approved, meaning they've got a subsidy in their name. They will be the first one. That will be 40% of that 128. And then we go to the aged. And then, we go to the people on the NHNR that we would have sourced to say. And then when we source, mind you, I told you the NHNR does not serve us, because when we source, we say we source people from 1996 to 1998. We will also source with the people who already benefited. But those people will come because they are on the system. So what is going to happen is that we're going to say the project is 128. So we're going to ask for 500 names, because some we know they're going to fall off, they won't qualify. So on those people, we're going to get how much percent? 30%. 30% of that project. And then we're going to come up with the aged and then people with disabilities who are 5%, 5%. I needed to give a perspective to this criteria that Ntate Piso was talking about. I don't know if it makes sense.
It does help a great deal. Thank you very much, Rakgadi. I think you are also helping the lawmakers here to say, this is what we are faced with. Because you are implementers, remember you are our hands. So when you are open to tell us that the policies you put in place or the laws you put in place are difficult to implement, and these are the reasons, then we have progress in South Africa. So that's why we initiate this as a portfolio committee, to hear it from the horse's mouth. Bontate Mole, they share as community members that have registered. And then our experts in research and in coming up with solutions, they also share. So that's the basis. I think you gave meaning to why are we here in the form that we are here, just to pick up, because we fight Libo Colin. Pito, in the legislature, when they bring report and they have not performed. But then we took it upon ourselves, so no, let's start going down, so that we understand and have an appreciation of what we're doing. So Member Sirota, when he says you are not delivering, he must have an appreciation of the challenges of the system we've put in place, that these are the challenges of the system, and if there's a need for change, then we all advocate for change of that system. Or when there's change, then we appreciate that, okay, yeah, land release program, let's embrace it, let's fight for more resources for it, and let's fight for expropriation without compensation. Ntate.
Sure, maybe just to correct of councillors. And because I don't want us to leave the meeting with, the role of councillors is to oversee that the allocation policy gets implemented. They have no role in identifying who must benefit. So I wanted to clear that. Even if they can be invited, they have no role in telling us who must be allocated. So that the meeting does not go out saying the councillors have got a role to play. Thanks.
Chair, a quick one. I want Colin to diffuse this one. To repudiate it. What Rakgadi is saying was long before the adoption of this allocation policy. So remember, they said it was signed in 2020, October. And whatever project he's talking about came long before that, so you don't have to mix issues here. So this one that we're talking of Mr. Piso has not yielded anything as yet. Even a project, I don't think he can cite any new project that he has undertaken this process. So I was talking about historical or legacy issues here. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Mfanesen Hatebe. I'm with the Department of human settlement in Gauteng. I needed to add few things that Mr. Pitso have said with regard to allocation, because I think this whole meeting is about to discuss and try to share some views on what are the processes that are undertaken when we're doing allocation in the department. And usually what happens is that there are various stages that we normally follow when we are about to do allocation. But the starting point is that we use the needs register basically in the department to basically do planning. So we don't just decide out of the blue and says we're going to build 2,000 units in this particular space. We use the needs register based on the council resolution of that particular municipality to say there is a need for us to do this. Different municipalities have different objectives. For instance, they would have a particular municipality would say our particular objective this particular term would be to remove certain informal settlement. And based on that, they go and have a resolution to set 3 informal settlement will be removed, and then we start doing a budgeting process to do that work. And then what happened is that we then compile a list based on the individuals that are residing in those particular informal settlements. And then using those people as a benchmark for the units that are going to be built. So we don't just willy-nilly and decide that, no, we're going to take, as it has been said, that there's a councillor that comes and says, no, go and take 20 people there, go and take 10 people there. There is a structure that we follow. Of course, now and again, there will be, in the process, when the project has been built, there will be certain requests that comes from the city, and there will be requests that come from the political office to say, this is the direction that we want to do, can you help us with this? And then we do that. But generally, when the planning has been done for, let me say 1,000 units to remove Cyril Ramaphosa's quota camp. In that 1,000, there's part, you find that the informal settlement has, well, 3,000 shacks. Out of those 3,000 shacks, people that can qualify in that informal settlement perhaps are 1,200. We then discuss with the city on how are we going to resolve those issues. That's why you find that in some settlements, even if how much we do, we are unable to remove the whole settlement because a bulk of those people, we find that they are foreigners, and it's a reality, is that almost all informal settlements that we have in our urban areas have foreigners, and we don't have solution as to where do we move these foreigners. As much as we try to say they must go and hire and whatever. So in most cases, in the last 10 years or so, cities in Gauteng, almost all of them, one of the objectives that they've been trying to do is to remove the informal settlements. And in that process, we also have forgotten to prioritize people that are residing in the backyards. So, but generally, in trying to answer some of the issues is that we don't just go willy-nilly, but we use the needs register, and that's where we source our list. Thank you.
Yeah, no, my team is worried about lunch that is delivered, and according to the health practices that they shouldn't be there for 2 hours. Can I seek your indulgence that we have the presentations and then we'll have engagements after? Re tlo bua, wa bona? So ga ke le tswalle nna ntse le emisitse matsogo. A re kreng ntate Dr. Mark, and then have Mbeki, and then we'll also allow petitioners to share, and then we'll all speak, because in our speaking, we are also shaping up of the recommendations moving forward. Is that okay? Can I have the two presentations and then we go eat quickly? Or you go eat silently outside and then come back? But I don't want you to.
Let's take the presentation.
Okay, let's take the presentations. Because I see we have elderly people who, if you feel you want to go eat, you can go eat. But let's have the presentation. Dr. Mark? And then Mbeki, please prepare yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yes, so as not to compromise our health and safety, I have reduced the number of slides. You can look at it in the circulated version, and I assume the reference to older people also includes me, so we do need to get to lunch. So this is more just pulling back, looking at the whole, some of these questions around, you know, what's to be done next. So we were locked into a very complex pathway at the moment. And remember that housing policies and housing instruments are designed with certain policy outcomes. And a lot of countries would design a policy to help people to get into the housing market for the first time. So often a housing policy is to help young people get into the housing market. And that's exactly, well, partly what our housing policy was in 1995. And remember now we're 25 years later, 27 years later. So we've got a policy which was designed in one way. And now we're talking about a system in which we're trying to use the same policy to clear up old business, which is the commitments that were made since 1995. So it is complicated. And then the other thing that's complicated is as an architect, the production of the built environment takes a long time. The land release, the township establishment, the servicing, the building, the maintenance afterwards, the bulk sewage, everything. These are long, long processes, and those don't appear overnight. So the allocation is right at the end of that process. So what I'm doing is just trying to give a slightly pull-back picture about what next, and just to think about it as possibilities. And it's partly based on work we did for Gauteng Human Settlement Research Department. They do have the province does have a research department, and has done a lot of research on this already. I think some of it's been reflected already. And we did a modeling exercise for them. And so this is the big picture. By 2030, 20 million people in Gauteng. So you have to plan for 20 million people in the province. And that's based on population modeling. And in this modeling that we did, we had about 17 million people that were in the housing market. But we've got a plan for this big growth. The 3,500 has already been mentioned, is still the benchmark, and the number of households in that category is to grow. So 2012 was when we started with the data. 2030 is when we projected, so that's only 8 years' time now. So 3.5 million households will be below that 3,500 rand. So it's only growing. The number of poorer people are only growing. But we've already heard that not everyone in settlements is poor. Actually, neighborhoods comprise rich and poor people. So it's not always just like one place, one income. But these are the people who can constitutionally claim a housing right almost from the state, at least under current policy. This one is a bit scary. The housing stock in Gauteng, 2011, 20% informal settlement, 80% formal. Now, the good news is it's 80% formal. So there's a lot of African cities where it's more than half informal. So just be encouraged that there is 80% formal. Informal includes backyard shacks, settlements, freestanding settlements, serviced, unserviced. By 2030, it's going to climb to a quarter of Gauteng households in informal settlements. Now, when we ran this model again a couple of months ago with the economic growth estimates because of COVID, because the economy is not growing like we expected, the number of informal settlements will grow to a third, not a quarter. So we will have 2.2 million households in informal settlements by 8 years' time. So what we were modeling as like a quarter of the province in informal settlements, it's actually going to be a third. And that's 2.2 million households. That's a lot of people. So what I'm trying to do is not be too scary. I'm just trying to say we have to plan for what is going to happen. And this is obviously natural growth, in-migration, etc. We've talked about migration already. Now, if you look at the supply side, so supply of housing, supply is by government, supply is by private sector. The private sector can supply to the high end, but the private sector can also be stimulated to supply more at the low end. There's a lot of town housing, there's a lot of walk-ups now that are pure private sector. But if the economy is very bad, that red line, if the economy is very bad, people cannot afford housing of adequate standard. And so we can't keep track with supply. The green line is if the economy is very good, there's enough household income, if state housing production carries on, then we can start to reduce the backlog. By reducing the backlog, we mean more adequate housing in the province and less inadequate housing in the province. So we've got to look at the supply side and the demand side at the same time, and it's not just the state. So we can't always just look to the state as being, it's a significant provider in this country, very significant, and that means that this pressure on the state production is extremely strong, like we've heard today. The claims on the state are very strong, and to make that system fair is very important. So again, just in terms of context, the economy is very important and reducing inequality. The state housing supply, what we did in this model is you can, and this is actually a product that belongs to Gauteng province. This model belongs to this province. And you can do the modeling yourself, but if you put more budget to rental housing, then the model shows you how much you can produce. Because rental housing is more expensive, but it caters to quite a lot of people in Gauteng who want to be mobile. Not everyone wants to own. So rental in Gauteng is one of the most, is very important. But the model will tell you sort of where can you put your budget to make a better outcome. So moving from business as usual, where do we want to put our money as the state in order to cope with the 20 million people, a third of whom are going to be in informal settlement. That's the numbers. If you look at allocation mechanisms, I'm going to end up sounding like free market foundation here. But when I talk about the market, I just mean people who can afford housing, who can afford to cope with their own housing needs. State production is a welfare system because you allocate on the basis of the criteria that you've talked about. And you try to make those criteria more fair in order to target the people you want to target. So in that sense, it's a welfare system. The private sector is, if you can afford it, you can have it. But remember that housing production is expensive. Servicing land is expensive. It's long. To adequate housing is expensive. We heard just now that the quantum is going up again, the quantum for the subsidy. So to conform to standards, that amount goes up, and then obviously you've got less people that you can cater to. So there's this equation of housing standards, money available, adequate housing from a human rights perspective. All of these make a difference. And then self-allocation, because that's actually a dominant supply, this is part of our supply. People taking risks or entrepreneurs taking gaps in order to supply housing. And what we did for all the years I worked on land markets in the past is if the formal sector doesn't supply, then the informal sector will supply. So it's a slightly different view of the informal sector. But it's not saying it's perfect because it's inadequate. Fire risks, flood risks, health risks, so it's not perfect, but the market, the informal sector does supply what's not produced by other sectors. So it's very important to look at the rules of these allocation systems and to be aware that when you set up the welfare system, it has an impact on the market system. So if I'm a developer who wants to go down market and sell houses for 120,000 Rand, I have to compete with the subsidy market. So your actions, the state's actions, have an impact on the private sector. But we've talked about how we can work together better. The other thing is these 20 million people, you get born in the house. That's your home when you get born. At 20, you might get a job. You want to be close to your job. You might hook up with somebody. You might then be a bit far from your job. So you move house to get closer to your job. and then you get older and you have children, and then you need a bigger house, so you extend the house. You get older, so you downsize. Okay, this is very typical. This is not everybody. But that's who we're planning for. We're planning for people who are mobile. But what we tend to do is we tend to see a house as, this is a house I'm giving to you, I'm going to use you again, as a free thing, and you must stay there. You mustn't extend, you mustn't have business, you mustn't sell. No, you mustn't sell. But remember that these people are filtering. It's called residential filtering and mobility. People move and move and move, and that's why people buy and sell. But so you want to protect your state asset to some extent, because that's who you're targeting, but you don't want to freeze people into one location forever. You want it to be fair, and you don't want them to not have a business because that's income. So all of these things work together, and it's to understand that demand, etc. That's important. So then the takeaway points, again, there's a lot of complexity in this. These things take a long time to work out. Gauteng is a complicated province. Focusing on scale production is important, stimulating private sector, stimulating small businesses to produce, engaging all partners, understand how people filter through housing. They don't stay in one place forever. Remember, in Gauteng, rental market's extremely important. Young people. I've heard forums in middle of Joburg where people say, I don't want land. I want an apartment with an affordable rent, and then I want to move. So we've got to think of different sectors for different things, for different people needing different things. Understand need and demand, and there's even effective demand. People can afford a certain amount, and they do afford a certain amount. Accommodating the choices that people make. Partly, I think we need to talk about delinking the housing opportunities from early beneficiary allocation, because what happens is, like we've seen over and over again, you get your housing allocation, in 5 years' time, you might get a house, if you're lucky, but it'll be in a different place, you'll have a different income, you'll have a different family structure to when you applied. So at some stage, we have to discuss what is the right time to allocate, and what is the thing we're really trying to target. There are very targeted welfare programs, the veterans, the old age, the disability. Those things are important, but they are particular programs should be designed to target that. So if you're going to shift to emphasis on old age and people with disabilities, you need frail care, you need medical care, if that's going to become a significant proportion in a neighborhood. So our policies have implications, and the policy should be designed for the outcome. And then I think I'm just going to end with this, but it's too complicated to talk through. We've done work for national departments, and I think there was to be a meeting this afternoon, but it's partly postponed, is to separate housing need and demand and backlog, measure that with public data. So SARS has just released their public data, or anonymized data. Use public data. The census has just been done. Use that to understand backlog, rather than say, come and register, but we're not sure if it's a promise or not. So try separating assessment of need from when it becomes a promise. Then managing your applicants, your beneficiaries, those things are the integrity of the data systems, all of those things we've talked about, and that obviously needs to be seriously looked at. So we're talking about a joined up data system for national human settlements. Monitoring project delivery, that's when you deliver. That's your accountability for spending money on the ground, and that shouldn't be overlapping directly with beneficiaries. That's a system on its own with its own accountability. And then finally, monitoring impact. Somebody said, what's the feedback loop at the end of this? Who is there? Who should be there? Who shouldn't be there? But again, not being a police state that says you can't do anything after you get the house, but certainly being accountable for expenditure of state resources. So I'll stop there and say, but the sheer size of demand in Gauteng means we've got to think of ways to produce more housing. We've got to let people move through housing, buy and sell, rent and move. We've got to diversify supply. I think we all know these things. We've got to cater for demand. Generally, people are slightly better off in this part of the world than other parts in the country, but there's still a lot of poverty. The spatial aspect is important, well-located land. Talked about expropriation. we've got to, I'm glad my name's not Funny Cat, but we have to think of freeing up land. We cannot have people speculating and sitting on land for decades just because they own it. We've got to think of freeing up the land. That whole pipeline is very important. Try to take patronage out of it so that there's not undue influence of these allocation processes, and cope with the Gauteng region that's urbanizing fast and is a growth, it's the economic growth hub of the country. So the housing everyone has to live somewhere, and so we should be coping with that. Thank you, Chair. I hope that wasn't too long. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mambegi. Thank you very much, Dr. Mark. I think this helps. I hope the team from Human Settlement also appreciates. We'll have questions after Member Sirota. Let's have. Jackie, do we have the presentation?
Yes, Chair. I've sent it.
It's the one of the flats. No, this is the one that you sent with CSR, or the one you sent yesterday?
Yeah, I think so. No, I sent it along.
Okay.
I sent it at...
Yeah, I see it. I hope honorable members online and other people online can hear all of us.
Correct the institution. It's Human Rights Commission.
Oh, it's human rights. It's not human. Sorry. Apologies. HRC, not HSRC. I was expecting them though. Sorry, Mambek, for misrepresenting your organization. Over to you. I think you are the relevant people on this, and listening to Ntate Khadebe when he made his input. That municipalities are wanting to eradicate informal settlements. Then they have this challenge, and a huge one, that none of us planned for it, that will have a whole lot in our country and in our province. And unfortunately, we are stuck, and we need to move forward. And yeah, and from time to time, your organization comes and say, South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Over to you, Mme. Thank you.
Thank you. That was not part of my presentation, but I think sensing the getting direction from the floor, I will have to make some comments on that aspect. Thank you for having the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm from the Gauteng Provincial Office. My name is Zamantung Mpegi. Firstly, I will start off due to time and lunch and everything. I will move quite quickly through my presentation. And I will try to address the issues that have also come from the floor, as Chair has indicated, that have an implication for the SAHRC. As I indicated, that we are from the GP office, so some of the issues that we will be addressing now are both national, but we've tried to target them specifically for the Gauteng province. I did start off by indicating what the mandate of the Commission is, and some of the disparities or issues that people have with the SAHRC, as Chair has indicated. And indeed, South Africa does belong to everybody who resides in it. and we have legislation that is in place that indicates how somebody can be a beneficiary of rights in South Africa, and that does include foreign nationals, if I can put it that way. We do have an Immigration Act, we do have a Refugees Act, and both of those pieces of legislation outline how somebody status in South Africa is regulated and how they are able to then benefit from certain rights in South Africa. So there is a bit of a bit of an issue with how people understand what the Commission says in terms of that. There is legislation in South Africa, and we say that everybody who is in South Africa and is documented in the correct way and is should have access to services as provided in the Constitution and in other legislation as well. So my first part of the presentation, we outline what the mandate of the Commission is in terms of the SAHRC Act as well as the Constitution of South Africa. My presentation was actually going to use an analogy, and as Chair said that City of Ekurhuleni is not here, but I was going to use them, the municipality, as an example of one of the issues that currently plagues the city of, that plagues Gauteng. We have an informal settlement in Ekurhuleni called Winnie Mandela. There we have one of the residents who died, and the matter that was before City of Ekurhuleni has not been resolved. This is an issue that started in 1998, and this was one of the main activists calling for their housing rights, and like in many other activists that exist in the space of housing. We may call it Grootboom, based from the Grootboom case. They have died, and they have been registered since 1996, 1998 for the complainant here, and he has died and nothing has happened. He has never accessed his house, even though he has applied in terms of the policy, and I think I'm using the right term now, applied. Was it applied or registered, right? Registered, okay. And he is registered, and he was registered on the system, yes. And then I'm saying from 1998 to date, the community of Winnie Mandela has been fighting for this right, which is guaranteed in the Constitution. But because of today's presentation, we do understand that there are other technical and systematic issues that exist within the municipality, questions of access to land, and technical terms of registration versus application. But those mean little to the communities who are affected by this. As has been said from the floor, it is just technical terms. But what we understand is that people need housing or land or accommodation of some sort, as was indicated in the previous presentation. There has been a recent judgment from the Constitutional Court that I want to highlight, which actually brings forth this issue, and it's from this Winnie Mandela community that I'm talking about. The name of the case is Tubachal and others versus Ekurhuleni Metropolitan University, municipality. The court indicated that this community, most of them applied or registered in 1998. They've been, after that, they were matched to a particular stand, which was developed with the subsidy in the Tabisa area, and in due course, they ought to have been given possession and ownership of that stand and the house constructed on it. That did not occur. Instead, the municipality unlawfully gave possession of the subsidized houses intended for the applicants, and to which they were still matched on the National Housing Database to other residents. And this issue we've spoken about this morning in using different technical terms. I think it was also indicated as an issue that's prevalent in Soshanguve, is that people understand, from their understandings, that if I had my stand here and I am moved from here, it is my understanding that I will be allocated a house here, right? So we can sit here and have a discussion. Well, technically, it's number one, we allocate as per number 1 to 10. That is not what the community has an understanding of what is happening. So it ties to the issue of communication, that there is no understanding of how the system actually works. And we can sit behind the desk and we understand because we are part of the system and we're talking about policy, but policy is not communicated clearly to people on the ground, and it does not meet the needs of the people that are on the ground. And this was actually evident through this case, and that the community here fought, went from the High Court all the way to the Con Court, and I was going back to the High Court, trying to fight for this particular right, even though in this case it's about constitutional damages, but we can have that on the side. But the main issue that exists here is that communities are resorting to going to the courts to finding relief to this particular issue. But if we can sit around a conference area and come up with those solutions must actually also meet what the Constitution says, and must be practically meet the needs of the community, right? The Commission did publish a report on this issue, and I forgot to hand it over to you, Ms. Jackie, but I will send it to you. And once in this report, this comes from an investigation, an inquiry held by the Commission. And we conducted and we interviewed different people, including some of the stakeholders which are around this table. And personally, we in the Gauteng office we engage with complainants. So any member of the public can come and bring a complaint to the Commission. And we are mandated by the SAHRC Act to investigate. And as indicated here, 5% of the total complaints that we received in this particular year, where the report was published, related to housing and housing relating issues. There are many complaints that relate to housing, and some of them, when we do engage with the department, they come and say, as I've indicated, I've got my letter which says I was supposed to be here. But I see here, and there is Uzama who is residing on my property. And as indicated earlier on, the municipality will then respond and say, well, it is not my duty to evict the person. You must now go and approach the magistrate's court and run a whole eviction application, which is costly because there are sheriff fees, there are other additional fees. So in essence, what this means is that it is another barrier, a practical barrier, to people actually accessing adequate housing. So one of the issues that we noted in the report is that there is a lack of transparency regarding the process of housing allocation and state-driven housing plans. There was a lot of technical terms that were used today. It's no longer called an RDP, it's now a banana, it's now a nanana. People don't know that. They don't know that, they don't understand that. They apply, and as indicated earlier on, they want to understand, am I in or am I out? And what puts me in and what puts me out. So I think at some point somebody came and there was a whole debate of whether it's really 3,500 Rand, the threshold, and does that include SASSA, does it include this, does it mean my benefits in terms of this? It's drowning in a lot of technical terms that people do not understand. And as we move forward and we make it easier for us as the civil servants to understand, that must also translate to and must be communicated to the people who are actually supposed to be the beneficiaries of that. So it becomes really an issue. That lack of transparency really becomes an issue, and we haven't even gone into the issue of corruption. We're just saying that if there is a list, where is the list? Who knows what this list looks like? I'm aware that there was an application that was brought in the High Court in Durban at some other point where people wanted, the judge said, what is this list? Who has this list? And how does this list look like? And the municipality, it was a separate application, but I'm just saying that it's like this figure that sits in the head, in the head of some people, but is inaccessible to members of the community, and until certain people say that they can access it, right? And that becomes an issue, and it creates this distrust that we spoke about earlier on today. And I say again, we've not even touched corruption. And the second issue, and I'm glad that it was actually touched on it today, is the lack of provision for persons living with different disabilities. Earlier today, I think yesterday, there were people who were talking on the radio on Mhlobo Wenene, discussing this particular issue of in excess for persons who are living with disabilities to different socioeconomic rights. And it also translates to this right to adequate housing. Yes, the top part that I'm talking, the first bullet I've actually touched on now about the waiting list and who gets on the list, as and when, how. There's also this is also in the report, is that there's confusion as to who bears the onus in providing bulk infrastructure on privately owned land, particularly with long-standing informal settlements where inconsistent approaches have been adopted throughout the country. Nobody knows who's responsible for what. And if they do know, it's not communicated, right? There are people practically, now this is just a practical example, you're saying, I went to my local district office to ask about my housing allocation. They referred me to Bramfontein. I went from Bramfontein and I was sent to Pretoria. Who is responsible for what, right? And that's also information that needs to be given to us as the advice officers, but that's another discussion for another day. That people don't know where to get. Is it a district? Is it a councillor? It's now come up now. Where do people go to access information about anything, whether it's a service delivery issue, about water and sanitation? Who's responsible for what? Is it a municipal, is it a local, provincial, or a national government issue? And who allocates housing? How are projects funded, et cetera, et cetera? Okay, we can skip this one because this is about temporary accommodation. I'll move to some of the recommendations that were made in terms of that report, and as I've indicated, that I will circulate the report that was issued by the Commission. And one of the recommendations that came out is that municipalities should make time-bound action plans detailing the developmental process available and easily accessible in the communities. Somebody also said that now, like, what are the timeframes? What are the timeframes? And if there is a bottleneck, there's an issue that comes with, and you understand that the project will not happen in that particular time, communicate with the community. We saw with the Alexandra report that was issued by the Commission, I think last year, that communication remains an issue, and then we ended up having the unrest in in Alexandra, and only once the municipalities were subpoenaed by the Commission were they able to provide answers. But if you're able to just call community members together and say, we are having this issue, this has now happened, this has now happened. The contract, somebody spoke about that, sometimes projects are left halfway because of you have not gotten the clearance from a certain NHRBC or somebody else, or you cannot have gas or coal and paraffin stoves. Communicate that with the people, because the houses will be left unoccupied. People will come and occupy those houses, and they'll put in their own doors and put in their windows, and then it becomes an issue again, and then we come back to the same issue that somebody who understood that that structure was supposed to be their home becomes unhappy, and then we have the whole cycle starting again with the protest, and then it affects other different rights than the ones that we came to address today. So this other point is that communities are entitled to reject state proposals concerning their development and provide alternatives that respond to their daily realities. their daily realities. And it was indicated today that we cannot ignore their daily realities, right? We are sitting here today speaking on housing, but housing, as said earlier on, where the project is and where housing is, it's tied to access to healthcare. Where's the clinic? It's tied to access to education. It's tied for community members, and it will be seen as just a rejection of the project, but it's because people are cognizant of the different issues and the different, realities that affect them. And that's all in the report. And tying to what Chairperson also said is that the committees, somebody spoke about the different committees, business committees, crisis committees, and must reflect the diversities of the communities that people live in. And that does include foreign nationals. As I indicated, what people will term broadly foreign nationals is a very is regulated by legislation. And while that legislation stands, and while the Constitution stands in South Africa, the Immigration Act is there, the Refugees Act is there, we must make provision for that. We can't say, we either must say, let's do away with the Constitution or do away with those acts. But once those acts are still there, we can't ignore them, right? And that's a different discussion for another day. If people are in South Africa, they're documented and they're entitled to rights in terms of legislation, provision must be made. And those members of the communities must be also adequately represented in the committees. And that also includes persons living with different disabilities. That also includes different minority groups. That also includes representatives from woman-headed households, because everybody is carrying a different reality that needs to be addressed when we are sitting around and engaging as municipalities, right? But we must also, okay, that's another discussion for another day. Yes, that's what we are saying in that last slide. But there are also additional issues, and as I've indicated here, that one of the additional issues we've reflected on based on the complaints that we've received as the Commission. I've spoken in depth about that. Not too long ago, I think last month, February, we, as the GP office, conducted a roadshow where we particularly focused on the West Rand, and there was a lot of talk this morning about the West Rand. Housing issues, those are closely tied to access to water and sanitation, right? And once we have got those issues, it ties to different issues of waste management, issues of the quality of the water. It ties to issues of access to toilets, et cetera. So those are the things that came and that we monitored as the SAHRC. And yes, indeed, we do have that as one of our mandates, is to monitor, and that is what we were conducting, and that's what is available. That is what is an available mechanism that we have as a Chapter 9 institution, is to monitor, and that includes the monitoring of the performance of some of the municipalities in terms of the rights that fall within our mandate as the SAHRC. And that's one of the things that we noted. In the, under the Rand West municipality, we saw 12 people still living in a community hall who've been living there since about, I think, last year. And because they're living in the community hall, there's no demarcation. Everybody's living in that community hall. Women, children, person living with, they're all living in that hall. There's no understanding of and they indicated to us that they have been allocated a stand. Okay, what is that document that you have? Is it a happy letter? Is it what? There's no understanding. There was a letter that we received that I signed that said that was my stand. That is all the information that is before those that member of the community. So that's why I'm saying that it's a question of language. It's a question of lingo. It's a question of translating and having that patience. We understand that we're not a lot of people, there's not enough time, but it's important because it leads to unrest and it leads to restlessness because people do not understand what is before them. And even when the municipality is performing, and in this case they were, because they're saying we are able to provide and we have been able to provide 1, 2, 3, the people cannot categorize that because it is not translated to them as an obligation of the municipality, of the provincial government. What they understand is that they were dumped there, they were given letters that they signed for, and that is my stand. That is all that is before them. You know, so it becomes very, very, very important. And yes, we acknowledge the challenges, but I'm also just indicating the importance of language and of monitoring and of making sure that we spend time and state funds so that we can adequately translate the work that is being done and should be recognized to the communities as well. And that was one of the issues that we monitored in our roadshow last year. Then we come into corruption and mismanagement. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I think it's been spoken quite at length, the issues that people have in the different offices. And even though sometimes it might not be corruption, but because there is no transparency and there is a huge level of distrust between communities and officials, it will be translated into corruption or allegations of corruption. So it's, it becomes a language issue again. And where there is corruption, who investigates? What are the investigation units adequately funded? Those are all additional issues that I would think need to be addressed by this particular committee and are very important because they create tensions between officials and members of the community. It's the same issue that we were talking about earlier on. Maladministration. We were talking about poor construction of those houses once they are allocated. I mean, I think that creates another issue, is that if you're not going to build anything that's going to stand the test of time, the people that you then allocate becomes an additional issue. And I think there was a report a few years ago that said that the state had to spend another additional 3 billion rand in fixing houses that had already been allocated. I mean, it makes the process futile if we're not going to be building homes and structures that meet the needs of the community and are adequately maintained and use quality materials. It becomes an additional issue for the state in the long run. And 4 years from now, we're going to spend another 5 billion maintaining houses that should have just been built in the correct manner anyway. And this is an example. This is supposed to be a house that was built by the state, and we receive, particularly in Mogale City, in Mfuleni, a lot of sewage issues. And this is sewage that floods houses. So that's why we're talking about the issues intersecting, that then becomes another issue. That then becomes another issue just because something was not done correctly, right? We have a house, sure, in terms of the housing department, we're done, checklist, 100 houses. But then it becomes a water and sanitation issue if the infrastructure below is not done correctly, right? And I'm not trying to shame those municipalities. I'm just saying that we've got a lot of issues, and we had an inspection with the municipality in Mfuleni. I think there's another one tomorrow that we are conducting of same issue, sewage spillage into people's houses. They cannot live in those houses because there is sewage spilling into their houses. Who's supposed to live in that house? Even if it is a housing RDP house, wrong term, I forgot what the correct term is again. But it becomes another issue, and then it becomes an issue again for the municipality to address. The cycle goes on, around and around. And then, as indicated by the CSIR, the other issue becomes location. Location ties to other rights, access to healthcare, education, etc. Tied exactly to the same thing, lack of involvement of stakeholders and beneficiaries, and that includes different constituencies. Urbanization and unemployment, we've touched on that a lot this morning, and it was also indicated that due to COVID, a lot more people will be coming here as the economic hub. We understand the issues of land, but it is a problem, right? The abuse of property by beneficiaries, it was also addressed this morning. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time speaking about things that were already spoken about. But in conclusion, what we would want to emphasize is that all socioeconomic rights are tied to the right to housing. If you've got correct housing, you are able to access all your other rights in a much better way. That is your right to healthcare, that is your right to basic education, that is your right to just about anything else, access to justice, if you have got correct and adequate housing, right? And if we don't see it through that lens, it will always become an isolated right. But if we see it as a right that ties to every other right, and therefore we understand how important, and when I say our mandate, I mean the people who are here right now and its importance, it will make the work that is done, you'll get to see it much better if you see it in that light, and all the other departments and portfolio committees into health and if we don't address this issue of housing in an adequate way, and maybe it is just investing that 8 billion that you spoke about. I mean, I don't know finances, but if it is that, but it would also translate to other rights being able to be executed in a much easier way if the right to adequate housing is exercised correctly. So that's it from my end. I will submit the report so that you can, nice, easy Sunday reading, so that all the other issues are just better understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Zama. I think the presentations give clarity of the purpose of this seminar and the flow thereof. And also in Zama's concluding remarks, I think that's why we moved from Department of Housing to Department of Human Settlement. And I think the business, and when you monitor and assess the Department of Human Settlement, is a satisfied consumer or a satisfied member of the public who is happy that they have a house, but there's also a school, a clinic, a road infrastructure where they live. And I think there was the essence of migrating from housing to human settlement. And you can see a greater role that should be played by municipalities in developing human settlement or in developing houses throughout the country. And our observation is that the Department of Human Settlement and municipalities are not working together, or municipalities are not advancing the concept of human settlement. And you find it in the IDPs that they also do not reflect housing development projects coming to different areas so that they are able to budget for bulk infrastructure and other community amenities needed. So those are the challenges that we are picking up new as we were in 2019 in the system, that in as much as there's this good policies, law, these are the discrepancies that are there. And I think we must all try to ensure that the systematic way of doing things and everybody else play their role. And I think you can't plan for houses when the municipality has not planned for bulk infrastructure. So you can say you want to build 10,000 housing units. Where are you going to build them? In a municipality. So that municipality must also prepare. And I hope the team will also awaken to the fact that participation in IDP processing must also take into consideration the housing development plans of the Department of Human Settlement, be it in the province or in the municipality, to avoid building flats or housing units that cannot be occupied because there's no bulk infrastructure, and as a result, they get to be invaded, then the problem remains. Our qualifying beneficiaries remain out of the system. So I think we are trying to also bridge that gap, the planning gap that is there. There's no need to work in silos when all our aim is to service that one person in South Africa. So yeah, thank you very much for the presenters. Are we comfortable with going to eat and coming back for questions? Or you want to deal with the questions and the comments now, and then we go eat and we go home? You want lunch? We've got petitioners also, they have issues. I think all of us will be interested to listen to people at the receiving end of these laws and these policies. And we are going to come back from lunch and then allow petitioners that wants to reflect, and then we'll deal with the questions and then the inputs in shaping our way forward. Thank you. So we will break for 20 minutes. I hope we can eat fast. I used to eat for 15 minutes myself, so at school. So let's do it 20 minutes and be back by 14:53. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Mama. Where is the mic? Please arrange the mic. I'm going to start Mama at the corner because she had raised her hand silently. And then she's our number one. Who's number two? Go feel a chance. Don't be like politicians. Ubatlo udla yonke into uyayidla. Shela batho. Okay, re tlo go fa mara morago ga bona ba botlhe ba ba sa buang ne ntate. Who's number two? Number two. Ke mme fela ba tlang go bua. Or ba santse ba ja ko ntle. Mara sentse le bua, I'm going to force you. Where are the petitioners? Luna for Masanda one.
Oh, it means we are doing well there. They are okay.
Okay. Your chairperson says you are okay, then I will. All right, thank you very much. Let's settle in and allow me an opportunity to speak. Amongst us here, we also have members of the media. I forgot all about them. I hope they don't quote us out of context. Le ge re bua Setswana. Ka gore ka Setswana dilo tse ding tse ra di bua man, ga se sephiri. So we're hoping you members of the media are going to represent us well. There is Sin, Rakisha, and Kudu. Are you wanting to speak? Who has connected the mics? Asa? Sing Asa. Nonjabuli. Oh, Kama, my thing is off. How do I do it? I cancel. I turn on. Kudu. So how will they, are they hearing me?
Yes, they can.
Okay. Oh, my thing is still on. I don't know why your mics are on. How do I mute this thing?
Why are you leaving?
No, it's on.
It's okay.
It's on. I can hear feedback.
No, not you. We would like to go.
And there's no one.
Please switch off your mic. Those who are online. Okay, Mama, please introduce him and then. Yeah, I'll have to just come out and then I'll do it again. Introduce yourself, Mama. You are allowed to speak sitting down. Ibile o dumeletse go bua ka leleme le o leng comfortable go bua ka lona. Ba ba sa go utlwang re tla ba translated.
Mama, nna ke Georgina Sipati Mpefu. Oh. Ke o mong wa ba baneng ba fi form A ya form C3 form 3A ya di RDP ka 97. So mama ntse ke ya ke lo thola ko housing ko 222 Resick Street. Ntse ke ya ke lo thola ntse ba re re tla di lokisetsa re tla re lokisetsa. Ebe le gore last month ke ya gape ke re pleke ke dula mo yona Rosettenville e setse e nna dangerous. Ba attack gagolo dintlo tsa mo go dulang batho ba bagolo mo di fleteng ba re tsenella. So ha ke ile gape ko last month be ba mpha form e gore ke ko masepala le ko SASSA ke tse di ID copy mara ha ba mfounetse ke tla etsa dilo tseo ke late dilo tseo. Beke fitileng mama ka la bone ke ga ile gore ha ne ke tswa toropong ke kry-a ba nthubetse
ene e le gore setse le la bobedi ba nthubela ba tsena ba tseya di-TV ba tseya dilo diaparo ba tseya le di-jewelry ga be fetsa be ba tsenelela koko o next door yaka yena e bile a ba wese ka gore ba mo kry-ile ba mmeya dithipa mo melaleng and ha ba mmeya dithipa ba mo phusha ba batla go mo reipa koko a ba tshwara le botana lucky a ba thola panic button ya hae e rile ga e rasa be ba tswa ba tshaba mare ba re senyeditse monyako no ka se bulege e ne sa kwalege re robala ka di-butler menyako tshwanetse re ntshe ka mokgwa batho ba re ba bitsitseng gore ba tlo re thusa mapodisa a tlile mare le ona a tlile lata e ra ba bolelela gore pleke e setse e nna batho ba ba ko ntle le makhalati re tshwenywa ke bona mole ke bona ba ba re tsenelelang ene ba thuba ba bolaya ba etsang mapodisa a tle gabedi fela ba patrola pleke eo go tloga mo ha ise batle le koko ne ba itse ba tlotla le counseling ha ise batle ke be ke ya gape ko triple T ke lo ba botsa gore batho nyane re tlo be re bolaiwa ya no mosmole ka gore pleke ya rona setse tshabega e dangerous and ba targeta mo go nang le batho ba bagolo ke ga ba re monna pleke eo e setse e tsene batho dipleke tseo di tsene batho tsa lona mare fela lona ka gore le tsamaya ka disability le tshwanetse le kry dipleke tse ko tlase so le maloba gape after ke tswa kwa ga sena ba ntsenelela ke be ke ya ko teng ke re yanong mosianong kore dipleke tseo di tlo tswa ga setse re bolailwe ge re repile ke kgale ntse re tla mo le bua ntho e one ene ga gona ntho e tswelang pele ke yona pego ya ka e mama ke yona
ya ra leboga mama ntate ka gore go gona o mongwe go ka bua mama just presented us with the reality and mo malobeng mo re ne re bua ka yona gore as we delay to give them houses we must quickly think of elderly centers that can house this vulnerable group because also giving them RDP houses or flats puts their lives in danger. And government, I think we're trying to challenge government. Government, start thinking of centers that houses elderly people. Some call it retirement villages, where they'll get all services at the same time. You know, where we know there's security provided by government, there's clinics, there's social development, there's all these things. And perhaps maybe that will solve our problems of the 1996-1999 backlog, where we house the elderly. And I don't think we can even partner with private entities to build these retirement homes to house our mothers, our grandmothers, because my mother, I think, qualifies to be a grandmother, our grandmothers and grandfathers who stay alone, literally are not safe, you know. So worse in a property that is not even theirs and it's in a location that is not safe. So I think when we say let's challenge ourselves to think differently on how we deal with the backlog, it's some of the things that we can do and urge government and government departments to work together with the private sector to come up with solutions quickly. And those are quick wins. I can imagine us building a state-of-the-art retirement home where she'll have an extra bedroom, kitchen, dining room in a safe complex of the elderly, you know, security at the entrance, everything. I mean, they will see that the democratic government is working for them and is trying to keep them safe. Of course, there will be those that are attached to different locations, but we need to also highlight to them that this is not about this area. It's about your safety, your total safety. You must have shelter, but then there must be security around you. Also, there must be people who see you on a daily basis so that you don't get to die alone in the house. Ushapeke stroke, lwale, go sena batho ba ba go checka. So when we build retirement homes for the elderly in a democratic government, I imagine all these departments that play a role in securing the lives of the elderly will also play a role and ensure that they've got amenities there. Secondly, is the Elderly Act in South Africa compels children of these elderly people to maintain them like fathers are compelled to maintain their kids. By the way, we have that law that is not even implemented, or no one is following up on that law, a Human Rights Commission. I know there was a case where two parents, former principals or teacher, who took their son to court to maintain them. And he had to pay something like 7.5 every month to maintain his parents because he was refusing to do that. And people believe it's your choice as a child that these people has raised and must take care of them. So those are the things that we are starting to want to talk to. Which law says what? As we are struggling with the backlog, that's why we want to see the list and feel it and touch these people. When we say they are vulnerable, what do we mean? I'm vulnerable because I'm old, because I'm sticky, and I stay abandoned by my own kids and my own family. You know, how do you profile me as a government? But then when you give me a house, say go fly off, flat, go third floor, and then everybody else is observing me, oh, family. That is endangering to myself as Kuku, because somebody can see for 2 years this woman has never had anyone visiting her. It means she's all alone. So I can go in and manipulate her. And so when I say let's think of better ways, we must think of a human being in totality. Who is this human being? How do we profile him or her? You know, because the needs a mother who's 60 years old or 65 years old, lead the need of Ntatele who's 45, and they both register for an
45.
no. Okay, who's 36, and they both qualify for an RDP house. These two people are different. This one needs it because he's still trying to put his life together. This one needs it because she wants to die. Kiriboni needs it because she wants to die decently. But also, it's something that she's been longing for, just to have a property that is decent and to stay in. And retirement homes, we don't mean put them in one room. A unit. That RTP house can be in a fenced security estate, and we call it a retirement home. They are all there. I can imagine, you know, social development doing, helping them to do exercise, health coming to check their blood pressures, and it will make our job easy. So I'm just saying, I'm thinking aloud and challenging government officials to start Skyra because you want a job in Kensan. Do it, change. I was listening to MEC of Health in Limpopo when she was welcoming students who finished their degrees, doctors and nurses. And she said, if you are coming to join the health sector and want to be part of the finish and don't want to change the thinking and how things are done, then you might as well not come into the public sector, because we don't need you. We need a person that panado ifedili kamo pharmacy yako George Mukari utlar arenko odi hospital robatla panado, just to ensure that we give these people a re ba fela gore panado ga eyo tsamaya tla ipona go pele, mara re batla an employee, an official of government that will think outside the box, or how do I deal with this problem? Nale Jubilee re tla sala re dila ka mathata gore ke tsere di panado tsa bona, mara ke services motho a tsamaile. And that's what we need in human settlement, both from the municipalities and the provincial government and the national government. I'm starting to be very passionate about human settlement, and I'm starting to believe that, and it's because of you, the department, you listen and you have made strides. So I believe that the challenges within human settlement can be resolved. Only if we start thinking outside the box and doing things that people never thought they can be done. So I want to challenge us to do that. Let's do the things that people, if you are on the list and you are not qualified, we must tell you, Chief, where now we know you run a tavern, you run a spaza shop, you make more than 30,000 a month. Therefore, you don't qualify. Puma, kungena omunye umuntu, simunike indlu. And that's it. That's how we should run government. Ntate, what 34 rep? We have your petition, I think.
Yeah, I
it's
got
there.
my petition
You are
number.
here because you are in the system of the legislature. So
Exactly.
believe it, you are there, the petition is there. You are here because the system has picked you up, and then we felt we must put you as part of the people we will consult with today. So don't doubt our capability. Ra kgona, wa itse re kgona ho push. Ge se re kwatile ebile go nna thata.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. Mine is very simple. I just want to make a short submission to officer Ifechango presenter mola. Some of the things she did present, they are very good in such a way that if all of us, we can maybe follow, we can have a real good results. So I don't know whether maybe she just did that presentation, or maybe department just allow her to make that presentation for the sake of Tamashanako. But if they are very serious, we can produce more out of that result. Secondly, I'm not instructing, but it's just a okay. As members of the community, because of, I believe, or you all serve the communities. So if maybe we have this type of session where you present some issues like I don't know, next suggest I feel maybe we have 2 or 3 members of the community, so that once you present, they get the information and they deliver direct to the ground, so that when the department come, I have really that much challenge, yeah, or educate the ground. And then officing human settlement, especially on a provincial level, because rena mo tshwane ke tseba one mo ka re ke sub-region, if I'm not wrong, mo Hamilton, but mo di officing tša masepala ke bona ka re ke di officials tša masepala fela. So I'm not sure whether ba ira ntho ya tshwana ka re ke kwele department ya re o ka maybe masepala a allocator, so bona allocation ya bona o ka re there is a bit of difference there. So ne ke nagana gore how good can it be if maybe o ka ba le sort of maybe temporary office mo di masepaleng, whereby maybe the officials tša human settlement they tla maybe once or 2 times a week to come and ba kgone offer that information, whereby people can ba kgone go fitlhelela dilo easily. Le ela ya mme mola ke kwela bolela ka taba re o ka re o tlodile go kae a ya kae just fela for searcher or ntlo ya gage e approve or bjang. So le ona if ne go kgonagala, at least di no ba mo house, if maybe go kgonagala like are maybe Mamelodi ke kgolo mo le go ne le office one e o ka ba maybe the satellite offices, I don't know, or even how simple can it be, or batho ba golo le bona so ka kra traveler maybe something like kilos or akere information e I tlhokang, at least maybe 100 meters or 200 ke nana ka re tla ba sharp for one. Thanks.
Kana Marumo office ya gagwe go kae? La mo itse Marumo? Oh, Marumo ko Hamilton. Mara batho ba ko Mawika, Mabopane, Winterfeld, Garankuwa le Soshanguve ba itse marumo wa ba. Le ene wa ba itse le mathata a bone individual. So go ra gore batho ba tloga kwa batla toropong ene le marumo wa interacted with the community. Ne ke ra gore advice ya ntate ra e tsaya mara a itse gore go na le bo marumo. I forgot the lady that is acting in the position ya Sekele. Who go na le batho ntate ba le gore they are responsible to go on the ground, but also there's offices of the municipality, like they are yeah, government officials. They are here, so and then that's why we also have councillors. I know you might have feelings. Councillors are also responsible to take issues of communities to the offices of the municipality. Remember, councillors have allowed cheleta masipala. Ibile councillors, mmereko wa bona ko go fitisa programa ya masipala ka mo le di budget tsa teng. So rona ga re sa interface le bona re ba fa gore chief or ma'am, here are the issues. Please represent us in that council. Tell us who can resolve this for us. And then the councillor will take, and then the municipality will come down. I remember we had a session, because we've been spending time in Tshwane in this term, in Mawupane, Winterfeld, Garankuwa le Soshanguve. We also met with councillors and the officials of human settlement in Tshwane and in the province, just to make sure that the new councillors know who's who in the zoo. But then they mentioned that it's important also to know, these are the officials, that our point of entry, in many cases, it's with the councillors. So we get the issues we help to resolve, but also councillors must know that as a member of Ward 34, community member of Ward 34, we're not at the office, you don't have to go to town and look for them. Councillor must call them. If you are many, councillor must call them to come clarify you on the issues that you have. So that's how it works. That's why we also have ward committees. I know Tshwane has been struggling with that. But then let's also use our councillors, because khalaba khatala gore ba itse fela. Lona le nne lo ya up and down no bona ba sa irisep. Le ba kgetetse gore ge le fiswa ke something, you go to them and then raise your issues with them. So I think we accept that. We are trying hard to make sure that, because we are in a public participatory democracy, we are trying hard in all our sessions to make sure that we've got community members in our sessions. That's why we invited you, Ntate, and many others. So you are community members. Ntate le tswalo na mpotso re anong ene ga se community member, ke community member, mara ene ke leader. Ya ka introduce it. But we are trying hard rona in our work to make sure that we also, the department dira di report, we call you to come and listen. Gore ba reng gore le kgone le go re thusa gore ga ba bua maaka re kgone gore there and there on the spot re man che batho ba ba ka ne ke le kwa maabane wena ga o nne kwa nna ke nna kwa ka itse go etsagalang. So we are trying hard, Ntate, and thank you very much for coming and being brutally honest with us. If we are not brutally honest, nothing will change. Nothing will change if we don't engage each other. And then I think all our government officials are available to come clarify on the ground. We are also trying as a legislature to make sure that as and when we have activities, we also bring government with us, so that as and when there's a need for clarity of issues, they are resolved. I'm going to also request you on record, Colin, we assist Memole Khore. We deal with issues. I know there are challenges and they can be resolved, but I know it's possible to also prioritize on your side. She's an elderly woman. We can't leave her to the conditions that she's finding herself in. And I think we should also try to speak to our colleagues within social development to also assist in regard, especially with issues. I think the petitions is with the petitions committee. So the municipality, social development, and yourselves as human settlement must find a way of dealing with the challenge that May is faced with, as well as community safety. So all of us play that role in ensuring that the issues are. And the petitioners that don't want to speak, we've got your petitions. If they relate to us, we're trying hard to resolve them and resolve the challenges. And I think you have heard us today to say the system needs to be cleaned. Hierarchy backlog, it must be backlog yamaneti, not backlog ukabukidiboni who are already out of poverty. And there's new bokidiboni who have entered poverty because they lost jobs during COVID lockdowns and many other things. So I think the essence of this meeting is let's clean up the system. Let's get all government entities talking to each other and get the system that will work for us and for human settlement and for all of us in Gauteng. I'm going to now allow, okay, I'll allow you, because I don't want your chairperson to speak before you and then you are unable to speak.
Maybe there might still be people who want to engage the two presentations.
Oh, are there still people? Because others, you were outside. But Human Rights Commission left, that there was CSIR left. But then you can raise the questions and then we will take them on your behalf to them. And then we are efficient. We also give back the answers if there's a need. Blaine?
No, thanks, and Dimasia Riverford. And thanks, Chair. Chair, what I would like to propose, emanating from the presentations that were presented in this forum, it's lack of information. Why I'm raising this, we are currently sitting with almost 70 to 80% of petitions that relates to RDP houses. And if you were to check issues that are being raised, they relate to what Meketsane has just alluded to, particularly on the issues of approval, because there seems to be a confusion around that space. A person will say, my house is sitting somewhere, I've been approved, here it's my stand number. Upon further inquiring to say, give me something tangible that I can be able to use to engage with the department, there is nothing forthcoming. So what I'm pleading with municipalities in this respect, because ourselves as the legislature, we are embarking on public education. However, noting the fact that Gauteng is a smaller province, but with a huge population, at times we are unable to reach large numbers of the people of Gauteng. Therefore, I'm pleading with municipalities to partner with ourselves so that we embark on a vigorous educational campaign so that we begin to educate our people. We will be sitting with almost 80% of petitions wherein people makes allegations to say, my house is sitting somewhere. I'll make a specific reference to West Rand. We're having almost 60 to 65 petitions in West Rand, wherein petitioners are saying their houses are occupied by other people in Extension 13. I've been engaging with COGTA with regard to those issues. So I'm saying respective municipalities from metros to district, let's come up with mechanism and also try to come up with a way on how best can we begin to educate our people. Also, lastly, is to plead to say, particularly on municipalities, it is prudent that they should at times communicate with petitioners, because another complaint that we are receiving is that as and when they visit municipal offices, they are being turned away, they are not being serviced accordingly. Thanks, Chair.
Anyone? Yes, this side. Who else? Okay, graveyard shift. Colin, do you have educational campaigns on the housing allocation policy? Okay, in that.
Sanibonani,
So,
ninjani? Siyaphila. Igama lami ubheki Hendrik Mahlangu. Ngihlala eThembisa. Ngathola istand eDavidton eMkhoba. Ngasithola ukuqala kwami ngihlala 2009. Wathothi lo msebenzi ongisebenzayo uyangikhipha. Ngacela abachana ukuthi bahlale khona. Kusho ukuthi before bazohlala khona ngaya ekukhansela. Wanginikeza ama-assistants wakhe ukuthi bazi ukuthi ngizama ngithole ama-off. Abantu abazogada istand yilaba abachana. Kuye. Ngibele ngathenda ama-meeting. Kufike isikhathi sokuthi manje sebazowakha ama-toilet. Indaba iqale lapho-ke ukudliwa kwestand sami. Mase kwakha ama-toilet. Then ngilandelisisa indaba yakhona. Mangilandelisisa indaba yakhona thola ukuthi le stand bese sithengiselwa abantu abayi-3. Then mangilandelisisa futhi indaba yakhona gcine ngiya eGauteng legislature, yeah. 27 March 2017. Bathi bazangifonela basamele ama-lawyer or bamele abantu abazokhona ukuthi ba-assiste le ndaba yendlu. Since ngilibele ngimele i-call yabo ngilibele ngibafonele bathi hayi makafika sizotha kufonele. Angale-ke ngoba isikhathi siyahamba. Ngiye Broccoli. Mangiya khona nakhona kube yi-same thing yala. Bathi bazongifonela. Bagcine bangifonela after a year. Bathi ngibuyele back to ema-ofisini le-Davidton ngithola i-council. Mangithola i-council nalabantu abahlala lapha endlini. Sahlala njoba kuso. Bebakhona nabantu base-human settlement. U-ES Mahlangu no-EM Shilabuye. Then isihlale lapho malibele ikhulunywa indaba yendlu ngibone ukuthi ngithole le ndlu le kuyoba inkinga ukuthi mangahlala kuyo. Ngoba seyithengiselwa abantu abayi-3. Then ngithi kukhansela mayiso indaba eso ngoba anginandlu ngifuna indlu siyenzani makuso ngoba ngeke ngiye lapha mina. Athi khona ezinye itende ezizophuma and then bazongibeka maybe ngibe wes4 wes5 ukuthi ngithole indlu ke lapho. So lokho ngihleli next. Phele iminyaka eyi2 futhi bangithumele futhi kwelinye office angazi eThwatho rini. Bewayithiwa ama-office lapha eDavidton. Mangifika lapho banginikeza amagama abobhuti abayi2 nethi ngibakhohliwe amagama wakhona. Bathi abantu abaphethe le case yale ndlu yami. So lokho nabo bangijikajikisa last call engayithola oyi1 yangifonela uthi sidibane ngase khona Israel Mall. mangiyazibuza izweni moli mangiyoyenzani mina. Ngathi inkosikazi angilapho mina. Ngona le ndaba le ndlu le ngiyeke. Until ke ngithola i-call ke manje recently last week ukuthi size la. Ngathi hayi mhlawumbe uNkulunkulu uzwele. Ngoba manje side lesikhathi. Umuntu uhleli lena na amagama akhona nabo councillor le that time. Ngithembisile until today. Manje mangiya housing ngifuna indlu bathu nendlu wena eThwathu. Ngithi anginendlu ngiyazi ihlala umuntu. Stand number 28996. Yalo abamthengisele lo. Eyami nayi. Iphethe stand number. Lo phethe house number. Malo mama lona uthe angifonela ngelinilanga ngisemsebenzini. Uyangithuka uthi anginamahloni ukuthi ngidle indlu kaMfelokazi. Ngithi mama into oqala yimi ngabe ngikhuluma lezi zinto ngoba ama TV nawabheka ama news ahlala khuluma ukuthi ningathengi izinto ezingekho right. But niyathenga ngoba ninemali ngithi. Wathi ya vele indlu yami lena ayikho into engizokhuluma nayo nijwayele ukudla abafelokazi. Ngithi hayi lizozilanga lelo gama lelo ngizokukhumbuza lona. Mase lifika lelo langa ungitshele kahle ukuthi ekabani ke lendlu le osophuma kuyo ke ngoba uthe yakho. Ngathi mangiya laphana labo sisi laba ama assistants weCouncil balibele baphuma ngapha bashona ngapha baphuma ngapha basatholakala. Until today wonke amagama abo ala nama signature wabo. Manje until today anginandlu ngoba i-computer yahala ithi nginendlu kodwa ngihlali kuyo. Nginabazukulu indlu ayikho. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga baba rena le ditlhong sinamahloni ngoba it's the government that sells people's houses. When I say it's the government,
Officials, not government.
it's officials of the government that do that, and the government is failing to deal with such officials. And perhaps this is a classic case to test the law enforcement agencies, whether they will be able to assist us in this predicament. And I don't know, Colin, have we had similar cases and how have you guys handled it? And maybe perhaps just to assist the petitioner and all of us here. But I was saying to Member Letwalo, this is a classic. Perhaps maybe we should set an example and invite law enforcement agencies to come and help us unpack this, but also resolve it in an amicable way. We can't be blackmailed as government or as a people by people who engaged in criminal activities. Buying an RDP house is a criminal activity, especially before the 8 years that is there. But also people can't buy houses when they don't have title deeds. And Ubaba's case is Perhaps maybe we should set an example and call the law enforcement agencies so that justice is found. But then somebody will say, what if the mother who's occupying does not have anywhere to go? It's still your responsibility as government to give them that house. So I'm just saying, if we have had such cases, how have you resolved them? I know I might be putting you on the spot, but the petition is with us, and we need to resolve it so that we assist in that. It's been long. He made a mistake by leaving Abashana, wadlelwa khona lapho, yabo. So I'm just saying we need to really investigate what really transpired and make sure that we resolve the issue. Remember, Lizwan, you are a lawyer, also assist us. Oh, yes, I forgot your surname. Did you say your surname is Malema or Malope?
I don't know why colleagues will be laughing. There's nothing wrong with that surname, but mine is an R, Marema.
Oh, Marema. Marema. Marema.
Yes, not Marema, but Marema.
Oh, okay.
It's a Tonga one.
Oh,
Right.
Now I understand.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to support the proposed resolution by the gentleman who just left. I forgot his name. Okay, but okay. Yes. Oh, no, the gentleman. Okay. The matter, if now that you mentioned the city of Tshwane, the Soshanguve matter, it's not the city, it's not government, but it's the contractor. So you know when a contractor has been granted such a job, and then they have subcontractors, and when things do not work right, when they don't pay each other, then the subcontractor holds the contractor hostage. So that is the situation, which the houses hadn't been handed over to us in that way, so that's what it is. But as you requested, that when petitioners come to our offices, we really should respond kindly so and put ourselves in their shoes and listen to them before they even come here. And before you invite us here, because I don't think we really like coming to the legislature and to the petitions committee. We don't really like it. So we really need to deal with it as and when we receive it in our offices. In my spectacles and masks. In my supporting him, Chairperson, I wanted to propose, I still would like to propose that you did ask if there's consumer education. I think you did ask Mr. Pizzo if there is consumer education. Oh, we do have consumer education among the municipalities and the province, but the question will then be, who is it targeted to? What is the content of that consumer education? Because the one that we've been having for years is targeted for those who haven't owned houses, who are yet to own houses. The moment a person has been allocated a house, they wouldn't care about it. And so even when we invite people to come to our consumer education workshops, they will not attend. So I'm just thinking that maybe what could help is to have this consumer education in an attractive way, the kind of situations that we have today. Because if I have been allocated a house 5 years ago, and then I get to hear today that there will be a consumer education next week, I'm not going to attend because there's nothing new that you're going to tell me. But if in the adverts, then it is something that will be attractive to me, then I will attend.
You know, earlier, remember, the Daba was saying, I must stop you. Now I must stop you. It's not our duty to answer the questions you are asking us. You are appointed on the basis that you are experienced, you've got the skills. And it's not our place to tell you how to do your job. You can't come to this forum and tell us that you don't know who's your target market. When you have the register, I was scar abuse. We are very kind people. Please don't abuse us.
Okay.
You've got the National Housing Register. It is categorized according to demographics and including geographical spread. So if you do education in Tshwane, you will surely target those people, because you can't just want to do campaign that is not directed, that doesn't have a target market. Obviously, you won't target people that have houses because they don't need that education. But you will target people that have registered. You see who taught us. They don't apply, they register themselves. So you have that database of who needs education, who needs communication, who needs information. So please, man, official, you know, all of us combined here have been administrators before we came where we are now. So, Rakopatu, Twetwe, Marima Siri, abuse. You will have to go think better. If what you are communicating to us is that you've been doing the work the wrong way and you want to improve, please go do that. This is not the place.
Okay, ma'am, I understand, and I did not mean to sound like I'm delegating upwards or politically, but what I wanted to share and request is the kind of petitions that you may have. You know, if you were to send us the kind of questions that you have, that would also help us understand to avoid such petitions that you keep receiving. For instance, if in any organization or in any I don't know, sector, when people would have frequently asked questions. Okay, no, it's fine.
You know why?
Let me leave it at that then. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. And I agree. We don't necessarily want to expose other things here. The reason why I agree to Helemo Mekensan, it's simply because government functions in a structured fashion. So there's a structural configuration. And what you are likely to find is that there might be some similarities or relations with how government in the different tiers functions. So if you say those petitions that you receive, I mean, that assertion almost presupposes that you don't receive petitions at a lower, sphere of government, which could be worrisome if that submission remains unabated or not challenged. Because in essence, the first point of entry of petitions, it's actually supposed to be the municipality, not the province. So you have got what they call Section 79 committees. And one of the committees that you have under that arrangement, it's the municipal petitions committees. You see? So we don't expect that the municipality says you must send to us. Whereas in essence, it should be the other way around. We should be starting first with the municipality, and then there should be escalation. But we find that the opposite of that is actually happening. But I think with the question that the chair gives, why is it now going when you are not sure about other things? You may want to withhold your expressions such that you ventilate them in proper platforms within the terrain or the space within which you are operational. You see? And that is why earlier on, if you had me, Chair, I said it's always quite problematic when you don't have decision makers in a meeting. Because what you are likely to be confronted with is a set of views being expressed which may represent something else other than the collective thought of that municipality, which is a problem. You see? So you would want that people canvass their views within appropriate, platforms, even before elsewhere they can articulate them, because that is where the confusion arises. You can almost imagine for Mama Siba Dimole, when the municipality says, but the current outlook is somewhat different. It's bound to cause confusion, So possibly on administrative issues, where there are those nuances, you may want to discuss them at a separate, platform. So that, because you are dealing with more internal issues, you deal with them as such. And not necessarily throw them out there. Because what does that say to your ordinary people who may not necessarily be part of the machinery of the state? I mean, they would not understand. So that is why we will have suggested that we leave it at that. And I think at an appropriate time, at an appropriate platform, you may then be empowered, to ventilate as you might have intended. Safe to say, colleagues, and maybe in addressing the issues that you raised, is that we government functions. So government functions. There are systems in government. There are structures in government. Well, in certain areas, you might want to enhance certain things. So even when we berate the fact that, no, maybe communication needs to be heightened up, it doesn't necessarily depart from the fact that there are communication, platforms or tools, to sort of reach out to communicate this. But there must also be a level of reciprocation, and maybe we must explain it in simple terms so that our meeting are confused. So expectation of Holomenda Gore la government it's a matsapa ya gore itle ka mananeo ya ro ibuisane gore e bontshe tsamaiso ya lenaneo la yona ko setšhabeng. At the same time, the other expectation is that setšhaba le sona tshwantse se ikatumetse akere re sa kry-a le gore setšhaba se ko gole setšhaba a se sa le information e morago, because if that is the case, you are going to have the same result. So we must assist our people to also, as we expect the government to be as communicative, le bona through ntho e le re bitsang re ke public participation or citizen participation. Le bona they must seek after these platforms, because ntho engwe re lemoile gore batho ba go borona nako nngwe o na le re dikopano di bitsiwe ko diotong tse lo tswang ko tsona dilo tse le re di bitsang re di ke di-public meeting, ra kry-a le gore batho ba bangwe ba ko borona a ba itlhagisa kere o kry-a le gore golomente tla ka lenaneo e re se vese wa kry-a le gore batho ba rona ba itlhagisa o kry-a le gore mo dikuranteng tsa rona tse o kry di-circulator mo metseng e re nnang ko yona go na le dedicated adverts tse di buisanang ka lenaneo la golomente, mare wa kry-a le gore batho ba rona dilo tseo a ba kopane le tsone, so e na le gore createla matsapanyana. So the point that we're emphasizing kore what is expected on the one side tshwantse re kgone go thusa le batho ba ko borona to do on the other side. Now it's largely the role of the municipality. And I know in Tshwane and in other municipalities, you will find that different areas are demarcated into regions. So region A or region 1 in Tshwane, le berekisa di numerical in Tshwane. Yeah, Joburg, I know, give the alphabets and so on. Then what you will find in these regions is that you will have regional directors, you know, and that is intended to manage constituencies effectively. So Lona, you should be going on roadshows to profile the deployment of these people so that they are known by communities. But you spoke something quite profound about the role of councillors, which is a central role, you know, that councillors are the central point of coalition. They are ward managers, if you will. It's just that fellow is the councillor. But effectively, they are ward managers. They are managing the ward. And they also serve as a licensed persons between the communities and the municipality, you know. So there you already have got a system that is running. But possibly at some point, we just need to talk about how to strengthen that system. And the sense that we receive often at times when we interface with the councillor, but a municipality man may not be as responsive. So we are really urging that for those of you, and I'm not sure whether they are decision makers here, for those of you who might have proximity to decision makers, that is what you might want to whisper to them. Or how do we support the work of councillors? So that you know, or these linkages that they have with your constituencies are actually strengthened such that the people will have an understanding of the machinations of how the municipality is run. And you will see, once that is the case, but province, and then beyond province, there's national, you know. But I guess I agree to go national or go province or go municipality, I can go to the legislation. That is how we just want to operate. We don't want complexities, you know. But where as an agent of an official, maybe let me use an official of either municipality, provincial government, and so on. You don't sit with problems. More now, Maro, where you are saving, you are not in any way initiating any steps or measures to really cause for necessary corrections or a rethink in how things are being done. So I thought, Chair, we needed to speak to that so that we don't confuse about Tobacco Borona. But I think coming to issue, yeah, ma'am, it's a very urgent matter which requires, you know, attention. Now, the petitions, mama. So your petition might be in the system. It's a manual or services. But I think the appeal that we would want to make to the department, because at least they would want to leverage this platform, is that the pizza. I get we in your presentation. You also spoke about instances where the MEC could apply his discretion, you know, to sort of try to respond to similar, you know, instances, you know. But my sense is that we may want to zoom in around the elderly communities in that area. Because seemingly it's not only Mama, but there's several other, you know, elderly people who might be affected. So that we at least cushion them against, you know, a possible impact of criminality, which might hamper their life. So just to look into that, you know. And I know we may have an individual petition that we refer, but in other instances, we may want to look beyond just an individual petition so that we intervene decisively there and are able to respond to that issue. Even if it's what you spoke to earlier on, transitional, you know, accommodation arrangements. So it might not necessarily be something as permanent for now. So whilst we are looking at where they could be better placed, try to look into a possible way of intervening. But we are not in any way